Hello guys, I'm Ali, um, and I'm back. And I know it's been a very long time. It's almost been 2 months now, and I haven't uploaded a video from about 2 months. And actually, there's a lot of stuff which happened in these 2 months, basically. So I do wanna actually, I do wanna. First of all, before starting the build, I wanna address those things to you guys. So in one of my previous videos, I told you guys that I was going through a tough time, and the reason for that was because in March, on about 12 March, my mom actually passed away due to COVID. And after that, I haven't been able to, I was working. I got a job as well, and still working. But it was really tough for me to make and record projects, and I was not even going out with my friends. I was just working so much, and I didn't have the courage to record videos for the time being after my last video actually. And I also had a really huge heartbreak because of someone after that. And it's just how life is, and obviously I was coping through that as well, and I was not really feeling well through the whole time. But honestly, I don't know what to say, because the comments I get from my previous videos, even though it's been 2 months, I didn't get any unsubscription. Like, the people who are subscribed to me are still subscribed to me, and no one actually unfollowed just because I was not uploading. And the loyalty I got and the comments I got from people, you guys, I don't know what to say, because it really motivated me so much to do more of these things. I was learning so much. I actually implemented Next.js and Tailwind for my company as well, in which I was working. And I was learning through the whole time. I was learning the whole time basically, but I was not finding the courage to just record and face and to make videos. But I was doing builds, and if you guys are following me on GitHub, you guys will see my repositories. Like, I was building so much stuff. But yeah, anyways, the comments and you guys, the support, it's just insane, and it's just keeping me alive, honestly, at this point. And the followers I have here, and also on other platforms, you guys are just like my family. And I just wanted to be clear about these things, because I don't have a lot of friends, honestly. So I just wanted to have a discussion before starting the build, and just wanted to let you guys know what was going on in my life and in these past 2 months. But I'm back now, guys, so it's a good news. And I'm not gonna be stopping now. I will try, and I'm not gonna promise that I'm gonna do it weekly, but I will try for sure. I'm building some more cool stuff as well. So this is the Discord build I've done with Tailwind actually. It's fully responsive, by the way, for every screen size, and I have Google authentication using React Firebase hooks basically. So if I log into my account, you guys will see, boom, this is the Discord build, and it's responsive to a certain extent, but it's just a clone of Discord, right? So it's just how Discord is basically. And so these are the channels basically, right? And you can create more channels, by the way, if you want to. And these channels are obviously, and there's something very cool which I've implemented here. If you see here, this is basically my profile, right? So I have sent a message, but you see I have this delete functionality here, which is really cool. If I click here, boom, my message is actually deleted. If I click here again, it's deleted. If I click here, boom, all of my messages. But I cannot delete someone else's messages here, obviously, because this is another person. And if I message her, this is cool, You guys can see real time, and there's something really cool as well. So if you see, if I just type something, it just auto scrolls me down. I don't have to go down manually. So this is really cool, and then I can delete my messages. And in all of this is basically real time with Cloud Firestore. So we are going to be using Firebase, we're going to be using Redux, and we are also going to be using React Firebase hooks for the authentications, and it's going to be really clean, guys. And obviously Sunny Sangha, he's my inspiration, so I've put him here as a server, and all of these channels are also taken from the Papa React server as well. Is this official Papa server, but obviously I've implemented this and it's really cool, guys. Everything's changing. You see, everything's dynamic here. If I click here, the name changes here, the placeholder changes here as well, and it's really dynamic. And another really good thing, if you guys noticed, is if I click into any of these channels, you see the URLs are changing as well. And we're going to be using React Router as well. And guys, all of this is hero icons and Tailwind, by the way. So Tailwind is really cool, and the way I'm gonna actually teach you guys today is gonna help you a lot, guys. Trust me, when you're using Tailwind, if you click here, you log out basically. So it's gonna help you a lot. So let's just get started before me. And I'm using Windows now, by the way. I got a new laptop to help me record stuff, because I was facing so many issues before with my old Mac. I was kind of laggy and not the best experience. So first thing, you guys, let's just open Tailwind and show you guys. If you guys have never used Tailwind, just go to our website. It's a really beautiful website. Look at the layout. It's really clean, and it's really super easy to actually use Tailwind, guys. And just a bunch of extensions you're gonna be needing, and that's all, guys. For you guys to understand Tailwind, and it's really easy. Trust me. So let's get started with the build. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna open my CMD. You guys can open your terminal, and what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be going to my React. Just let me go to my create React tab actually, and we're gonna be using create React tab. Obviously, I'm not gonna be using Next.js in this build. Although I have built some of the applications Next.js, but I just wanted to use React in this one, and it's pretty similar, guys. So there's nothing, Next.js is obviously much better because it has built-in router and other stuff. I'm gonna be teaching you guys Next.js as well if you guys have never used it. So don't worry about it. So go to a terminal, and what you guys, I want you guys to paste this command here: npx create React app. And I pretty much do this in every of my builds basically, and we're gonna name this Discord Discord 2, and this is gonna be for me. It's gonna be for YouTube, so I'm just gonna say YouTube. You guys can pretty much name anything, it's fine. And in the meantime, what I want actually you guys to do is to go to Firebase, because we're gonna be using Firebase, right? And I don't think I'm gonna be having space here, because I think I have, yeah, so I need to use my other account. So what happens if you have too many projects on Firebase, you have to either request or either add a new account basically. So that's how it works basically. I don't even know which account to use right now. So hey guys, I just logged in. I was just finding one account to actually, so I can add a project, and I didn't want to waste time. So yeah, I just got an account. So what you guys want to do is, if you guys have an account, just go to to the Firebase console, right? There's an option on top here saying go to console. Just go to the console, and then you'll see this screen. And then what I want you to do is just click here, add a project. And for me, I'm just gonna keep my naming consistent. Just gonna name it Discord 2 YT. And you can enable Google Analytics if you want to. I'm not gonna do it for mine. And if I go back to the terminal, this is complete too. So what I want you to do is cd into the Discord 2 YT. For me, it's like this cd into your folder, and then I'm just gonna press code dot, And what code dot is gonna do for me is it's gonna basically open it inside of my VS Code. And I've actually increased the screen size for you guys so you guys can actually see what's going on here, because before it was really small, I guess, and now it will be much better for you guys to see. And to basically do this code dot, it opens it inside of your Visual Studio Code if you're using VS Code. But if you're using it for the first time, you just have to do something called if you press Command Shift P, you just have to add this I don't know what's going on right now. You just have to add this command. I don't know why. I think it's for Mac. It's not for Windows. It's just for Mac, yeah. And if you're using a Mac, you just have to add that command in part. But for Windows, it's just gonna open like this. So, anyways, my Firebase project is ready too. So I'm just gonna click continue, and you're gonna see this screen. For now, let's just keep like the way it is, and let's just go back to Tailwind, because we need to actually install Tailwind as well. And you just have to click on installation here. And we are using Create React, so it has integration guides for pretty much everything. It has for Vue, Next.js, Gatsby, and everything. But we are using Create React app. I'm going to click here. And what you can do is basically you have to start obviously by creating a new Create React app, which we just did right now, right? Now, we just have to, and I'm going to be using Yarn, guys, by the way, for my dependencies and all. But if you're using NPM, you can just copy the whole command here. I'm just gonna copy it here because I'm using Yarn, and this is gonna install Tailwind and its peer dependencies, the Tailwind CSS and post CSS and auto prefixer. And what you want to do is basically open your terminal by pressing Command J or Control J. I was used to Mac before, so yeah. I'm just gonna say Yarn add and Control V here and just paste it. This is gonna install Tailwind for me. The next thing you want to do is install Krakow. And why you want to install, if you have used Next.js with Tailwind, you know that you don't have to do all this shit, but with React you have to, because React doesn't let you override the post CSS configuration, so you just have to do this. So just copy the Krakow thing, and I'm using Yarn obviously, so I'm just gonna say Yarn add Krakow. And all of these things which I'm installing right now, you will be able to see it inside of your package.json if you go into the package. This is my package.json. So this is your package.json, right? So if you go to your package.json, you see Tailwind is installed, and also I just installed Krakow. Krakow is installed as well, as you can see. The next thing you want to do is just copy these 3 lines here. And what this is basically that you cannot use React scripts for start, build, and test. You have to use Krakow, and that's why we basically install Krakow. So go to your package.json, and where you have these 3 things, copy them and paste it here. Boom. And then save your file. That's all you want to basically do in this thing. And you don't want to change the eject file. Don't use Krakow here. You have to keep it React scripts here for the eject one. And now go back, and next thing you're gonna do is just copy this file name, and we're gonna create this file at the root of our project, okay? And add these plugins, basically Tailwind CSS and auto prefixer. So go to the root, create a new file, paste this name. Please choose a different thing. Is this okay? Yeah, and then copy these module exports here and just paste it there, and that's all you have to do. And then you can go down and generate. The next step is going to be generating your tailwind.config, and this file is really important, guys. This is this file you need this file for Tailwind to work, basically. So open your terminal again and just paste this the whole command here and just press enter, and this is gonna create this tailwind.config.js file with this stuff here. And then the next step, guys, this purging thing, and this is important as well, because what this does is basically removes all the unused styles in production. It's really important when we're gonna deploy this app later on. So you just have to go to this Tailwind. So it generated a Tailwind config for us. But click here, this is the Tailwind config, and what you want to do is just remove this purge and paste this one instead. and command save it, just save it. And the last thing, guys, now I know I'm going very fast through all of this if this is the first time for you guys using Tailwind, but trust me, it's really easy, guys. You just have to go to where this documentation, and you can just pretty much do everything by yourself. It's really easy. The next thing, the next thing you can do is you have to include the Tailwind inside of your CSS, obviously for Tailwind to apply, right? So inside of source we have something called index.css, right, which Create React app gives us this default styling, which we are not going to be needing. Instead we are going to be using Tailwind, and Tailwind basically gives us a clean slate, guys. So it removes every default styling, so you don't have to constantly keep fighting with the default styling when you are creating stuff, you know. It's really nice. So just paste this and remove the old styling, and that's it. I think that's it. And make sure that obviously this is gonna be if you're doing some cleanup steps or something, make sure that you have it inside of your importing your index CSS inside your index.js. Obviously that is really important. And that's it, guys. And now if you're using npm, you can just npm run start, and that's gonna start your server. But before actually starting my server, what I want to do is I want to clean up some of this stuff. I don't want setup test, I don't want the logo, and I don't want the app test. So I'm just gonna remove these files because I'm not gonna be needing them. And then I'm actually gonna go inside my, because I removed the logo, remember, so it's gonna give me an import error here, which I don't want any import errors. And I'm gonna remove this as well. I'm just gonna render out an H1 and say let's I don't know, let's build this card. And then I'm gonna open my terminal, and if you did everything correctly, okay, it will work. And I'm gonna just say yarn start, okay, yarn start. If you're using npm, just say npm start, or this npm run start basically. Now for me something is already running on some port, and I think I'm actually running something here, so I'm just gonna turn this off. Actually gonna do it again, yarn start, and now I think hopefully it should be working. And there's something very important. You just go back here, and there is something really important, the 2 lines which you're gonna see. And those lines are I didn't actually see those lines, and I should have seen those lines, because there's something really important, is that the JIT engine, which I actually didn't do, and I need to go back to my config. And there's something called JIT, guys. Now what JIT is basically is I'm gonna explain you guys what JIT is. And their website is really good, by the way. If you press Control Command K basically you can search for pretty much anything. I'm gonna search for JIT. So you see enabling JIT mode. What JIT mode is basically, what it allows you to do, right, is when you use Tailwind, these are all utility classes, right? So let's say you want to use some custom number, right? You want to use like 762 pixels, which Tailwind's utility classes don't have. So if you're using something called JIT, it's called just-in-time compiler. What it basically does is you just put square brackets, and then you can add your custom values in here, which is really cool, guys. I think this is a really good feature, because sometimes we do have some custom styling, custom colors as well. Let's say you have a custom hex value for a color you want to use. So for that to happen, you need to use something called mode JIT inside of your Tailwind config, which I actually didn't do, and I'm just gonna do it right now. And since I actually changed my config file, I'm gonna actually restart my server as well. I'm gonna press Control C, and I'm gonna do yarn start again. And now hopefully if I go back, here we go, guys. You saw those things, 2 warnings. Those 2 things are really important if you use this JIT, right? And now we know that our just-in-time compiler is actually working, so we can close that one. And now we have this clean slate, so no default styling. We can get up to speed now. And all I want to do basically right now, so guys, let me just go back to I'm using another screen to basically follow up on the build, and let me go to my app.js. So first thing we're going to be building is this header, guys. So let me keep this side by side. I think it would be better if I actually open this on the side as well, because I think that would be better for you guys too, to understand as well. So if I just do it something like this, I think this thing would be much better for you guys to understand as well. So first thing, we're gonna be building this header thing, right? This top thing here, guys. And when we're using Tailwind, everything's mobile responsive first. So they're actually using min widths instead of max widths, and everything's mobile responsive. So you have to keep that in mind, and then it goes to bigger screens basically. And the first thing I'm gonna be doing is obviously since I'm gonna be opening here, and I'm gonna be creating a components folder inside of my source here. Let's get up to speed now, guys. So we have everything installed, and all we need to do, and I'm going to be using React Router because and we are not using Next.js, right? So we need to use React Router to navigate between different pages. And the first component we're going to be creating is header.js underscore rfce, and this basically, guys, this is what I just did right now. If you guys are not familiar with these are something called ES7 React Redux GraphQL snippets, and you can find this inside of the extensions tab here. You can just search for them. And another extension I want you guys to install is gonna be Tailwind one, which is really important. This is called Tailwind CSS Intelligence, and why this is important is because then we're going to be using Tailwind, and it's going to give you suggestions, and if you don't have this, you're not going to get those suggestions. So make sure you install this, reload your VS Code as well if you need to, and then start the build. So RFCE, so it creates a function for us, and since it's a header, right, so I'm going to be changing this to a header tag as well. I need the auto rename extension as well. I think I didn't actually install that. So yeah, we have this header now, and let me actually go back to my components. Let's actually start creating this header. So for the header, what I'm going to be doing is and the way you basically use Tailwind is just add utility classes using this class name here. And now I'm gonna be doing some bunch of stuff. So header is gonna be flex, right? And now there's something really cool I'll show you guys, something really cool. And that cool thing is, if you have that extension, right, that extension installed, this one, Tailwind CSS Intelligence, what this allows you to do, if you hover over these properties, right, when you're using, first of all, it gives you suggestions. So when I'm actually using this, if I say justify, if I start typing justify, it'll give me suggestions like this, and you can actually see all of, if you press control space or command space, you can see all these things. And these are all things, these are all utility classes. We actually tell you what they basically do, right? So for example, what does item center do? If I hover over this, it aligns the items center. And if you don't know what item center is, you can just basically hover over it and try to learn like this if you're using it for the first time. And that's how I basically learned, guys. That's how I basically learned Tailwind, and it's really easy, guys. So what I just did here is justify content space between and padding top bottom. So py is short for padding top and bottom of 1 rem. Px is short for padding left and right of 1.5, and also gives you the pixel values. If you guys see 24 pixels, right, and this gives you the pixels values as well, so you can try to experiment with them. I'm just gonna save it. Now inside of my header, guys, I'm gonna be having a link tag. Okay, now this link tag is gonna take me back to the home page, and this link tag is gonna contain the Discord logo, right? Now this is gonna be so I've actually shortened these links for you guys. So if you guys go to my repo here, what you can do is basically view the code, go to source, go to components, and that's how I pretty much do it in every build, guys. And you can just copy this this thing here, this source thing here. I should have actually done this instead of typing this out, and I've shortened this all these things for you guys, so you guys can easily, even if you want to type this out, actually it's not that huge. Then I'm gonna be having a class name here, right, for the image. So for the image, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be saying a width of 32, okay, and a height of 12, and I want object contain. Now, what remember, guys, we always want to use use object fit contain, right? So to maintain the aspect ratio of the image, basically, right? And that's what we are doing here as well, basically. And we are obviously not seeing any stuff here, right? Because obviously we not rendering out the header here. So let's just say header, and let's import. So this is auto import, guys. This is this is something VS Code gives you automatically. I mean, you don't have to install any extension for this auto import. If you just go to the end of the component name here, if you press Control space or Command space, it gives you this auto import thing, which is really cool. Now, as soon as I save that, I should see the logo. And I think I am seeing the logo, but the logo is actually white, guys. So obviously we need a background here. Now, if I just to demonstrate it, I just make the background as black, and let me save this. We should see the logo right now, and let me just refresh. I don't know. So we are still not actually seeing the logo. I don't know why. I think I have given the width of 128 pixels and a height of 48 pixels as well to the image, and an object of contain, but we still don't see the logo. Let's see why we don't actually see the logo. So let me actually inspect this. So we have the image, but it's actually so header is actually not turning black, which is a bit weird. It should be turning black. I think that's so this happens sometimes, and if this happens, I think let's just restart the server maybe. I don't know, because our header should be black here, you know, because the image is actually there. The image is there, but the header is not actually turning black. Here we go, guys. See, that's so this actually happens sometimes, and when this happens, all you have to actually do is, because there's some you know, because it happens with Tailwind, and you just have to restart the server sometimes, and it works perfectly. So you see, obviously this is not going to be black, but to show you guys, it's working now. And let me refresh this. Here we go. So here's the image, and you see how clean this looks, guys. Now you can experiment with these values. If you don't want width 32, if you want the width of more 40, let's just say, you can say 40. But obviously make sure to do this, because it's gonna maintain the aspect ratio. If you don't do this, it might be weird on some other screens, you know. So always try to make sure to do this. And after that, after the link tag here, guys, I'm gonna be having a div, okay, and this div is gonna contain a bunch of links, right? And these links, I'm not gonna be having any sort of hrefs, okay? And now for this div, actually the class name and is gonna be hidden. And now I'm gonna be explaining guys what I'm actually doing here. Large of flex and space x of 6. Now this is really powerful, guys, what I actually just did here, okay? And let me just render out some links as well, so you guys understand what I'm doing here. Download, and let's just paste them. Obviously you don't see these things because I said hidden. And remember, guys, I told you that Tailwind is actually mobile responsive first, right? So when you're using Tailwind, okay, and what I just did here is, see, there's a min width. Now what this large means is Tailwind has these default breakpoints. Small is 640 pixels, then you have medium, and the medium is basically so I don't know why medium is not actually coming here. Medium is 768 pixels, and then comes the large, and the large is 1024 pixels, and then there's XL, which is basically 1280 pixels. If you see here, and you can just press here and just see what this means. Now what this means is basically, by default we want the links to be hidden, but as soon as I reach the, if I hover over this, it's saying 1024 pixels. As soon as I reach 1024 pixels, and the reason I'm not seeing this, I think it's because of the color maybe. So let me just do text of white, and let's try now. We should be able to see the I don't know why we are actually not, I don't know why we're not seeing the links, because I just said flex. So let me see, let me inspect again. Don't tell me it's that issue again, because I did everything correctly, right? So I should be able to see these things. I think it's the problem with the links itself. So the links itself are black actually. So if I don't do the links, I think I might be able to show you guys. If I don't do as links, if I say h1 here maybe. Oh, I need to use h1 here as well. I'm sorry about this, guys. I don't know why even the h1 is not actually turning. So let me do it properly. Actually, let me try to change the links. Let me try to change the class name. I think that's because maybe the colors are not applying rightly. Oh, so again, this is the same problem. I'm not seeing the links. I don't know what's actually going on here, honestly, because the colors are actually not applying. Let me see if we did everything correctly. So I think we did everything correctly, right? We actually, and we purged as well. If I go to my Tailwind config here, we actually purged everything as well, right? Which means we are doing everything correctly, but I don't know why actually it's not working right now, because it shouldn't be, the color shouldn't be messing up actually, but instead it's just messing up. Oh, it came. See guys, I don't know what's happening, but it came right now, and I don't need the text right here actually. So what's happening is basically it's hidden by default, but as soon as I go and reach 1024 pixels, which is actually the large breakpoint, guys, it actually, let me know if it's happened for you guys too, but I don't know why it's happening for me. But we did everything correctly though, so I don't know. And as soon as we reach that, you see the links appear again. And just just see how easy it is to do this with Tailwind. If you're using the normal CSS way, it takes so much time, right? And Tailwind actually saves you so much time. And another thing now, obviously you see some spacing between these links. Usually you don't get this spacing, right? And this is achieved using this spacex. If I don't do that, you see, boom, there's no spacing. Now obviously you can try to experiment with these values. Just really powerful stuff here. They're using a calc function to calculate the margin left and margin right, and making it super responsive, guys, super responsive. So you can experiment with these values. If you don't like 6, you can do 8, you can do 9, you can try to do again, I don't know why it's not applying. Yeah, so I think for us the styles are actually styles are not applying the way they are supposed to for some reason, and I don't think that should happen here, because you have actually you've actually done everything correctly, but I don't know why this is happening. Anyways, I think we just might need to restart the server again. I don't know. So let's try to restart the server again, maybe. I don't know. But it should not actually happen because we installed everything correctly, guys. I don't know why. So anyways, you guys can experiment with these values and try to check what fits the best for you guys. And then obviously text white, so I don't need text white here. So now to obviously we want to style these links as well, right? We want to style all these links. Now how to actually style all these links? And obviously all of these things are not gonna have download, they're gonna have y discard for the second one, and the third one is gonna be nitro. The fourth one is going to be safety, and then there's going to be support. This one, support. I think I named it right. Yeah, no, there's another P here, support. So yeah, and then what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be using Alt, guys. If you use Alt, if you press Alt, and if you click here, if just keep Alt pressed, and then try to click on all these things. and what I'm gonna do is select multiple cursors and give a class name, guys, and a common class name. Now what this common class name is gonna be a class name for link, right? And now you guys might be asking that when you're using Tailwind, right, everyone has this question, and when you're using Tailwind there are too many classes and there's too much stuff here and it doesn't make the code look good and the code doesn't look clean. But here I'm gonna show you another clean way of doing this, guys, so you don't have to use so many classes here. What you can do is just provide a class name like link here, and then what you can do is go to our index CSS here, okay, and here what you can do is you can use something called layer, okay, layer components, okay, and we're gonna be doing it for our components because all these styling I'm gonna be applying is for the component stuff, okay, not for the global stuff. So that's not gonna be base, it's gonna be components. Here I'm saying link because remember I give a class name of link. Now this is how you actually do it in CSS, right? So that's what I'm doing, and now I'm gonna use something called apply. Now obviously you can give CSS classes here as well, but since I wanna keep using Tailwind, I'm gonna say apply. And now let me actually go back to my CSS as well because I have to check this out too inside of my index CSS. And here, guys, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm saying cursor of pointer. Cursor pointer just changes the cursor to pointer. Font of semi-bold. Text SM, and what text SM is, guys, is they give these utility classes of text SM, and if you don't like this text SM, remember we're using something called JIT, right? You can just put square brackets, put some custom values there, and that's gonna work too because we're using something called JIT, but obviously I'm not gonna do that. So text SM is basically a font size of 14 pixels and the line height of 20 pixels. So this is a custom property utility class provided by Tailwind basically, and text of white. And this is something really cool, guys. Now when I hover over the link, I want underline, and what this means, guys, is basically when I hover over the link, right, obviously when I hover over the link it's not working still, the styles are not applying still. I don't know why I have to refresh because it shouldn't be the case. Shouldn't have to refresh. So you see the underline applies here, and also the cursor pointer, if you see, right? And what this means is when you hover, so when we use something called hover, right, when you hover over it, it applies text decoration to underline basically, which is really clean. So you hover over this, and font is semi-bold as well, guys. Font semi-bold is basically font weight of 600 here, and there are a bunch of weights here. You can try bold, you can try medium, you can try extra bold, and you can see the values as well if you go 500, 600, 700, 800. But I'm just gonna stick with semi-bold here. And that's all for the link, guys. Obviously it's hidden on mobile screen size, so we're not gonna be able to see it. But that's it for the link. And then I'm actually gonna go back to my header and let's keep on working. So after this div here, guys, after this div, and we're gonna change this background color as well, don't worry about it. And I'm gonna have another div. Now this div, guys, is gonna have a class name of flex, and flex display flex space x of 4. It's gonna give space x of 4 between the children, and I'm gonna be having a button. Now this button is really cool actually. So what this button is basically this button here. Now I actually didn't show you guys this, but this is something really cool which I've actually done here. So if I log in right now, as you can see, if I click on my account, if I log in, right, and let me actually make this bigger so you guys can see here, and you see I'm actually logged in, right? Now you see the route actually changed to /channels. Now what if I want to go back to the home page, right, but I'm actually logged in right now, so I don't want to log in again, right, because I want to persist, okay, because I'm actually logged in. So even if I refresh, I'm still logged in, right, and it's showing me, instead of login, it's actually showing me open Discord. And this is how Discord has it implemented, guys. So if you have looked at the Discord homepage, what happens is, like, when you're logged in, you just click there, and actually takes you to the application. You don't have to log in again, and it actually persists, which is really cool, guys. So I refreshed and showing me open Discord. Boom. Which is really clean, guys. And this is something I've implemented here. So this is something which I'm gonna be showing you guys. I'm just gonna log out here, and as soon as I log out, I cannot actually, so if I try to access my channels now, if someone, let's say, try to access the channels, they're not gonna be able to do it, because I'm using something called redirect from a React router, which is a really powerful thing, and you're not gonna be able to access since the user is actually not logged in. So that's what I'm going to be doing. So for this button here, guys, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be having a, so first of all, let's just have a class name for the button. And for the class name, I'm saying background of white. And for now, let's just say login. So we can actually see, and let me save it. And I don't see the button now. And you see, as soon as I have the button, what happens is these links are in the middle, right? It's really clean. It's a background of white, and I'm gonna be saying padding of 2. I don't know, maybe it's the text. Let's just say padding of 2, rounded of full. And what rounded full is, guys, padding of 2 is just all-round padding. So this represents padding all round of 8 pixels. And what rounded full is, guys, it's the border radius. Now there are a bunch of border radiuses, but what I want to do is I want to have it the button fully rounded. So that's why I'm saying rounded full, but you can do, there's rounded SM, medium, large, XL, 2XL, 3XL, and there's a bunch of stuff, but I just want to do full because I want it completely rounded. And I'm gonna be needing text access. Now text access is extra small text, and if I hover over this, it's 0.75 12 pixels basically. And on the medium screen, guys, so remember, I'm taking use of responsiveness here. I'm gonna make the text SM. I'm gonna make the text a little bigger, because remember, it's mobile responsive first, right? And I also want to give padding left and right of a little bit more. And on focus, I don't want any sort of outline. Remember when those blue outlines which we have when we have the buttons, right? We have these blue and I think might be because of the text color. I still cannot see the button, which is really weird. I don't understand why the styling is not working. I don't know. Let me inspect this again. Because when I actually did this build originally, all the stylings were actually working. I don't know why it's actually not working right now. So let me say color of white here. Oh, I did beat white. And you see, I can actually see this, which is I don't know why it's not working when I'm saying text white. Let me refresh this again. I don't know why it's actually taking a while to, you know, apply the styling. It's really weird actually, because it was not happening when I was originally building, and I think we have actually implemented everything correctly too, right? But don't worry, guys. I'm gonna sort this thing out, and I'm gonna tell you guys if we did something wrong. I'm gonna tell you guys at the start of the build, so you guys can carry on with it, you know, instead of but I have to actually figure this out right now, because I cannot actually see the button itself, which is really weird actually. And I've refreshed it like a million times right now, and it's still not working. So we have to fix this, guys. We have to find what's actually clashing here, because we have the package, the JSON, everything's kind of saved right now. I think let's just try to save this file again. Yeah, Tailwind config was the thing. Tailwind config is annoying. So guys, as soon as I save the Tailwind config, you see, I see the styling. So what happens is sometimes your Tailwind config, when you change stuff here, right? I added mode GIT, remember? And I added this purge thing as well. So sometimes it acts weird and you just have to save it again, you know. And what the hell happened right now? I saved it again and I just got some weird issues. So yeah, it's fine now. I think it should work now. And I don't want to make the text white because obviously the background's white, so I don't want to make the text white, right? And I keep text like this, and let me close the sidebar. So this focus outline none, right? You guys might know this blue outline which you're gonna get. Let me show you guys the blue outline. You see, we get this outline, this white outline, which I don't want to get this outline. So I'm gonna say focus outline of none. Boom, it's just gone, guys. Obviously the font weights are also not looking good. The font weights we have to change. But before that, I'm gonna say hover. I want a shadow of 2XL. Okay, and this is really cool again because Tailwind has these custom utility classes for shadows which you can use, which are really cool. So when I hover over the button, it gives me this shadow kind of thing, which obviously you're not gonna be able to see right now. And also I want to hover. I want the text to change. Now this text is gonna be a custom text which we are gonna be adding, and it's gonna be a Discord blurple kind of. And this is something I didn't name this, guys. I got this from the Discord brand assets website. So Discord has their own brand assets they are providing, and they have named this color for some reason blurple, I don't know. And I'm gonna be adding this custom color. I'm gonna be showing you guys how we actually add this custom colors. I'm gonna be having a transition and that's it basically. So just a transition. And what this transition is gonna do is just provide all these properties. If you hover over this, you can see all these CSS properties. You don't have to write it by our own selves. If you're using CSS, you have to write all these things by our own selves. So this is really cool. Transition, duration of 250, duration of 200, sorry, not 2, there is no 250, duration of 200, which is going to provide a transition duration of 200 milliseconds. And I'm going to say ease in and out. What this ease in out is basically, it's obviously a timing function, right? The cubic Bezier timing function, ease in out. And white space no wrap. And now remember, guys, what white space no wrap is, when we are on a smaller screen, sometimes what happens is it wraps on top of the text actually wraps in blocks, and I don't want to actually do that. So I don't want to wrap the text. And I also want the font to be a medium, and again, it's not applying the styling. I have no idea what's actually going on right now. Let me go back to the Tailwind config. I think there's something wrong with our Tailwind config file, because usually I need to save this again. I don't want to save this file again and again. And let me try to restart the server once again. I don't know why we are getting these issues today, because I've used Tailwind a lot of times, especially with Next.js. It never happens. And I've used it with React as well, and I don't know why, for some reason it's happening a lot today, but it actually never happens, and it's really clean, guys. And you see, guys, the text is actually becoming bigger on bigger screen, because remember I added this thing, right? I added on medium screen, which is on a tablet, on more than a tablet screen size, basically, because it's a min width, right? So the text font size is going to increase to 14 pixels. So boom, it's actually increasing, which is really clean, guys. Really clean. Okay, and let me show you guys how I'm going to be adding. So let me go to the config file, and you guys can go to the config file too inside of my GitHub. Okay, just go to the build here. Okay, and you're gonna see tailwind.config file. Now from this config file, what I want you guys to do is get these colors, right? These colors here, and just paste these colors here. Okay, and these are the colors I got from the Discord brand assets website. Basically, they had this blue, a blurple color, and a purple and a green color. Now why I'm actually adding these colors here, Now you could have asked me that I could have used JIT and I could have just added, because I told you guys we could do JIT way as well. But why I'm actually doing it like this is because these colors are gonna stay consistent, and I want a particular naming for these colors, so it's easier for me to use them all across my my application, you know. And it's gonna be easier for me to, because I'm gonna be using this in several places, right? That's why I'm actually saving them inside of the config file. I don't want to keep on writing this custom color hex value every time. I want a naming convention for them, so that's why I'm actually including them inside of my Tailwind config, right? And if you go here, I've also added something called Tailwind score bar hide as a plugin here, which is really cool plugin. I'm going to be showing you guys later on in the build. But for now, since we actually changed the config file, I think we need to restart the server again, because you always have to do this. Whenever you change config files, you always want to restart your server, always. So let me just restart the server, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna refresh this, and I'm gonna be doing, so first of all let me change this color. Okay, so for the header, this is gonna be background, and now see guys, you're gonna be getting this. Here we go guys, boom, this is really cool. You're getting all these 4 colors which we added inside of our config file, right? And this is not just for colors, you can pretty much do this for anything. If you want to add custom heights, custom breakpoints, or anything, which I might probably do in my next builds, and I'll be showing you guys. And everything's pretty much available on the website. If you go to the website, there's a really good documentation which you can look at. You can add custom heights, and you have to add the heights and everything the same way as I added these colors, the same way basically. And you're gonna get these suggestions in the end here, which I'm getting right now. So I'm gonna be using the blue, the Discord blue here, and again, yeah, I think I need to fix this guys and come back to you. So because this is something I might have missed something inside of when you're installing something, because this is really unbearable right now, and this should not happen, because this has never happened before. I don't know why it's happening so much today. And if I save this, there we go. Yeah, so we shouldn't be saving this file again and again. This is something we need to, yeah. So let me actually get back to you guys, and let me fix this guys, because this is something, this should not be, and I'll find the error, and what if we miss something. I'm gonna actually explain you guys if we miss something. So just give me a second, and I'll be back guys. Hey guys, so I just figured out the error, and the error was inside of my Tailwind config, and when I was actually using the mode JIT thing, I don't know why it was actually doing that, because I tried every other alternative solution, but somehow for some reason, just let me know if it's working for you guys. If it's working for you guys, you don't have to remove the JIT. But if it's the same for you guys as well, if it's showing you if you have to keep on saving the Tailwind config file, because this should not be the case, what you can do is just remove the JIT and stop your server, and then start your server back again. That's what I basically did. Stop my server, I removed JIT and started my server back again, and now it's actually working. So I don't know why it is happening, but if it's not happening for you guys, you guys can still use the JIT. We're not gonna use any of the custom stuff in this build basically, so I don't really care about the JIT thing for now. But anyways, let's continue building. So now you can see if I just hover over my button here, you guys can see the color changing, the color of the link. The color is changing to this purple color, and also we have a slight box shadow, if you guys can notice that, a slight box shadow there, which is really clean. Now after this button, I'm gonna be having a menu icon. So what the menu icon is basically this icon, and we're gonna be using something called hero icons guys. Now hero icons are really nice icons, and they work really well with Tailwind, because they're actually made by the makers of Tailwind CSS, so they're really integrate well with Tailwind. So I'm gonna search for menu icon. Pretty much if you want to use any icon here, and what you can basically do is try to go to the documentation. If I open documentation here, what you can do here is you can browse the full list of icon names on something called there's a website here called unpkg, where you can browse the name of icon. So I want to use the menu icon. So for the menu icon, it's going to be like this menu icon. It's pretty simple basically. The names are actually really simple, and I'm going to tell you guys how to actually use them. So this is there are actually two variants for the icons, an outline and a solid one. You can use either of the ones. I'm going to use the outline for the menu one. But let's just first install this before. So if you go to the documentation here, you'll see the how to actually install this, and how you actually install this is by npm install hero icons /react. That's what I'm gonna do basically right now. So let me close this and let me open my terminal here, and let me open another terminal. So by clicking on the plus icon, can open another terminal. I'm gonna say yarn add. Oh, what did I actually do? I don't know. Actually copied this, right? So let me copy this again. Yarn add. Yeah, copy it. Yarn add this. So just add install the hero icons, and I'm gonna be using so this is our build, and I'm gonna go down after my button. I'm gonna be importing something called menu icon from hero icons, and the import is gonna be as following. I'm gonna go on top and I'm gonna import menu menu icon from, and if you can check if it's actually installed for us. So I'm just gonna do add hero. You guys can see the package is there. I'm gonna choose the outline variant for the menu one. I'm just gonna save it. Now it's freaking out and it's saying that it actually failed to compile for some reason. I don't know why, but it should be working. Let me refresh this for now. So it's saying that can't resolve users node modules and Next.js. For some reason, I don't know, it's showing us an error, but it should not be the case. I don't know why it's actually showing us an error, because I installed this correctly, but I don't know what's going on here. Let me comment this out, and I think so our application, so it's actually not importing it. That's the case for the menu icon, but it should be importing it from hero icon /react /outline. So the import is actually correct, but I don't know why it's not actually importing it, because the problem is inside of the import here. And if I go to my package.json, you guys can see inside of my dependencies I have hero icons as well, so which should be working. Let me restart the server again. I don't know what's happening today. There are so many so many tech issues. I don't understand what's going on today. Let me restart, and hopefully it should be working. Okay, so it didn't error out at least. Okay, that's a good thing. So I think only thing I need to figure out right now is give it a class name. Now why the hero icons are really good is because you can just give them class names and Tailwind class names, and they apply to them. So they're really clean. I'm gonna give it a height of 9, and I'm gonna say text of white. I'm also gonna say cursor of pointer, and I'm gonna say on large I want them to be hidden. On large, which means large is basically on 1000. So I don't want it to display on bigger screens, because obviously it's a menu icon, it's a hamburger menu. And as soon as I do that, guys, look at this. And what did I actually do here? I think I messed up my, oh, what the heck, why did I do SpaceX 60? Yeah, I think I messed up that, so that's fine. SpaceX of 6. Yeah, as you guys can see now, it's looking really clean, right? As soon as I go bigger screen, I see my links, because by default the link container is this is a link container, right? So it's hidden by default on phone. As soon as I go bigger screen, it shows, and it's the same for the menu icon, which is really clean. So we are actually done with the header. We just have to do one thing, is because we have to change this dynamically, as I showed you guys before. Because let me just close this and let me refresh this here. Because remember I told you guys, when I'm actually logged in, it shows me open this card instead of login. So I need to actually change that dynamically with the user, but we need to pull the user first from Firebase authentication, so we can actually use that. But we can do that later. For now, what I want to basically do is I want to build my hero, and this is gonna be our hero. This is gonna be our hero page, hero component basically. And I want to build that first, and I also want to have install a React Router DOM and actually show you guys what React Router DOM does. React Router DOM, if you have never used it before, if you're building this for the first time, React Router DOM is basically a way to add page routing between different pages. Like for example, when in my actual build here, when I actually log in, I'm just explaining this for the beginners here. I know most of you guys might probably know this. So as soon as I log in, it takes me to /channels, right? So this is done using React Router. This is achieved using React Router DOM, and it's really clean. And even if I click on these different channels, you see the links are changing, the URLs are changing, which is really clean, and it's done using React Router DOM basically. So what I'm going to be doing is, and pretty much how I install these things, I just go to their websites, to their documentation, and there's everything explained there. If you're using npm, just npm install, otherwise just yarn add. So I'm just gonna open my terminal, and I'm gonna go to here, because this is a server running, right? So you don't want to stop this again and again. And I'm just a yarn add React Router DOM. And let me also go to my app.js on my other screen. So we have to basically add this inside of our app.js. And what I'm gonna do, guys, so there's actually a trick I'm gonna show you guys. I want to get these this import here. This is gonna be really important. Let me close the terminal as it's installed, and let me go back to the server. Now navigate to the app.js, and how and navigate between pages, guys, is by pressing Command P or Control P. Is I just press Command P and just type the name and just navigate between different components here. So now I'm inside of my app.js. Now inside of my app.js, I need this import first of all, and I'm going to be explaining you guys all of these things, and I've actually explained these things before as well, but I'll explain again for any of the beginners here. And what I'm going to be getting is, I'm going to be copying this router thing till this end here. I'm going to be copying this, and I'm going to be pasting this here. Now I don't need all of this, right? I need a bunch of this stuff. I don't need the navigation, so I'm just going to remove the navigation. I also don't need the div. So actually I'm gonna remove the navigation along with the div. Okay, and now it's gonna error out because I need to remove the closing div as well. I also don't need the comments, or actually let's just keep this comment for now for a bit. I don't need these two routes. Okay, and this route I'm gonna change this to I'm gonna copy my header. I'm gonna paste my header here. I'm gonna change this to hero, and this is gonna be a component which I'm gonna create in a bit. I'm just gonna save it. I also don't need the app here, so I'm just gonna remove that too, and I just basically need the router. That's it. So now, guys, what is a router basically? So router obviously is the container. It contains all of your routes basically, which you're gonna be using inside the page. All of the routes obviously is gonna error out since we have not created a hero component, so I have to create that first. Now after the router is basically, it's a basic thing. You always need to have a router as a wrapper between all your routes. Now what's a switch? So if you have learned any programming languages, like if you know about Java or Python or anything, you should know about switch, what switch statements are, and what switch basically does. It actually checks and renders a specific page based on a specific condition, right? That's what it does. It basically, what the command says here, it looks through the children, the roots here, and it renders the first one that matches the current URL. So that is really important. So whichever root is actually first here, like I'm gonna have several roots here, I'm gonna have one more root, like I'm gonna have one more root here, right? Now what it's actually gonna do, and it's gonna have a different route. Remember, I have a channels route. Inside of this root, I'm gonna have a home component, basically home component, right? And this is gonna be channels route. Remember, I showed you guys when I actually log in, the route changes to channels here. So if I make this a bit bigger, it changes to channels, right? Slash, and then there's another route which is another one. So I'm gonna create several routes here, and what a switch basically does, it checks for the condition. So if I basically log in, right, my user is going to be there and the condition is going to change because I'm going to navigate to this route, right? So now because the route actually changed, so it's going to show me the home component instead of the hero component. That's what basically a switch basically does, and it's very simple, and it works the same way as in if you're good with your fundamentals, if you know what a switch, just like an if-else statement basically. So for now, I'm just gonna comment this because I'm not gonna be creating this route right now. For now, I'm gonna create a hero component, right? So hero.js inside the components underscore rfce, close the sidebar, and this is the hero, and just save this and go back to our app.js, and remember auto import and save it. Here's our auto import. Now here I'm just gonna type hero, so it is gonna show us hero. Now as soon as I do that, guys, boom, you see here hero here. Now why is this happening? Because remember, we are on the home route right now, right? We are on a home route. And another thing I want to add here is something called exact, and this is basically something which is which you always need to add. So make sure you always add this, because sometimes what happens is the routes, when you have a specific page, it does not take you to that page, and it just errors out. So you need to have this exact in. So make sure you always keep this in. Now why are we seeing hero here is because remember, on our home route, we are rendering a header along with the hero component. So if I don't have this hero component, you're not gonna see the hero. But because I have the hero component, we are seeing the hero component inside of our home route. So that's how basically oh god, what did I actually do right now? So that's how rec router basically works, which is really clean. So I'm just gonna remove this because I don't need unnecessary stuff here. And let's create our hero component, which is basically this section here. I'm just gonna log out right now. Oh, I shouldn't have logged out. I could have gone back to the page as well. But this is the thing which we're gonna create right now. So let me open my hero component, and so for the hero component, we're gonna have several divs, guys. So I'm gonna have another div inside of this div, and I'm gonna be having another div here. And bear with me, guys, I'm gonna explain everything about these divs. And I'm gonna have an h1. I'm gonna just type your place to talk, right? Your place to talk. And you see it's updating here. Now after the h1, I'm gonna have an h2, and for the h2, I'm actually gonna go to my hero, and because it's a long text, I actually can copy from here. Just copy from here and paste it here. Here we go. So I'm gonna have an h2. Okay, and now let's just have some styling. So for the outermost div here, right? So I have a div, another div here. So for my outermost div, I'm gonna have a class name, and I'm gonna have a custom color background Discord blue, and I'm gonna give padding bottom of 8, and on medium screen, okay, I'm gonna give no padding at all, because I don't need any padding, any sort of padding on medium screens, but I do need padding bottom on mobile screen. So obviously, you see, as soon as I go medium, there's no padding. As soon as I go mobile, there is padding, and there's actually a reason for that why I'm actually doing that. I'm gonna know after I apply all the classes here. Now for this container div here, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to give padding of 7, padding top bottom of 9. Okay, height of screen. Now what height of screen is basically, if I show you guys, height of screen is basically height of 100 view height, and same goes for width of screen. If you do width of screen, it's gonna be same as well. And if I hover over this, you can see 100 view width. So I'm gonna say height of screen because I need 100 view width. As soon as I save that, boom guys, you see there's padding and then there's height of screen. But now on medium screens, now I was actually using GIT but it's not gonna work now because we don't have any GIT right now, so it's obviously not gonna work. But you need for this custom 83 view height to apply, you need GIT. So for now, let's just leave it. And instead, what I'm gonna do is from on medium screens, I'm just gonna make it flex, and I'm gonna also provide a relative. Now what relative is basically position relative. Class, it's a custom class, position relative. I'm gonna say this is gonna be because I'm gonna be doing some absolute inside of this container here. So now in this div, okay, the div which is containing my headings here, I'm gonna have a class name. I'm gonna say flex first of all, and then I'm gonna say flex column. Okay, flex column obviously is gonna just change the direction to column, and I'm gonna give gap of 7, guys. Now I'm using gap instead of space, and there's actually a reason why I'm actually using gap here instead of space, because I want both the gap as vertically and horizontally, and I don't need the gap to be so there's actually a very good reason why I'm actually using gap instead of SpaceX, and I'm gonna explain you guys when I actually complete this. I'm gonna have so what I'm doing here is on medium screen, I'm providing a max width of medium. So you have these custom max widths inside of Tailwind. So max width access is 320 pixels, SM is 384, then there's medium, then there's also max width screen, which works responsibly with the screen size, but I'm just gonna say max width of medium. On a medium screen. On a large screen, I need a max width of none. Basically, I don't need any sort of max width. And also on the large screen, I need justify to be center. Now what justify center is gonna do is obviously make the so on larger screens, if you see, what I'm actually doing here is I'm saying that the flex direction is column, right? So what justify center is gonna do is on larger screens, right? On larger screen, it's just gonna align it vertically in the center, right? That's what justify center basically does, as you guys can see. Because remember, always when you change the flex direction, these properties swap each other. Justify content and align items. Remember that always when you change the flex direction. Because the flex direction is column here, justify center means that it's gonna work vertically instead of horizontally, if it makes sense. And then for the h1, I'm just gonna provide a class name of text 5xl. Okay, now obviously if you go here and if you just do like this, you guys can see this 5xl is a custom class. It is 48 pixels if I hover over it. And I'm also gonna say text of white, and I'm gonna say font of bold. I'm just gonna save it, and as soon as I do that, guys, just look at the immediate changer. It looks really clean now. Now for the h2, I'm just gonna say for the h2 text of white, right? Text of white, text of LG, which is large basically. And font, I want to be light. I don't know why she did the font light. I just wanted to reduce the font weight for a bit. I think that's how Discord has it, but if you don't want to do this, you can just omit this, and it's just gonna be like that. But let's just do it for consistency. Tracking of white. And now what tracking white is basically, guys, is really clean. Now what tracking wide is, and if you guys want to know how I actually got to know these things, is what I did, guys. I just because I know CSS, right? So what you can do is you can just search for, let's say you want to know how to what do you call letter spacing in Tailwind. So you can just search for letter spacing, and here we go, guys. As soon as I search for letter spacing on Tailwind's docs, I get these things, the classes here. Now if you want to search for line height, let's say how do you line height inside of Tailwind, just search for line height, and boom, you just have to say leading. If you want to search for, I don't know, anything similar to that, you can pretty much positioning, let's just say position, you can go for position and you'll see how to give positions. So this is how I actually learned Tailwind. It's really easy, guys, really simple. Now tracking wide is gonna be provide letter spacing and EMs. So you always want to provide your letter spacing and EMs, and there's actually a reason for that too. And on larger screens basically I want max width to be 3x, because remember this is a paragraph text, right? So we always need to, if I don't do the max width right now, you guys can see it's spanning so all across the page, which we don't want to do, right? So I want to restrict this to 768 pixels on larger screens. And I also want to give the width of full. Now what width of full is, basically it's width of 100%. And I want to save this. And now look, as soon as I go larger screens, guys, it restricts the text to be 768 pixels. It doesn't go beyond that, which is really clean. Now we're done with this section. Now after my H2 basically, and I'm gonna have another div here. Inside of this div I'm gonna have a button. Remember, guys, now we're gonna build this thing here, these two button sections. So I'm gonna have this button. Now inside of the button there's gonna be an icon, and the button is gonna say download for Mac. So when I actually did this build, I had a Mac and I just bought my laptop after that, so I just did it in Mac, so that's why I wrote it Mac, because I can now change it to Windows too, but I don't want to change it. Let's just keep it Mac only. So this is the button, and then there's gonna be another button, right? So I'm just gonna duplicate this, and I'm just gonna change the text, open Discord in your browser there, and let's just save it. So these two are the buttons. Now let's first set the outer container to flex, and by mistake I just removed the V here. Flex, and then I wanna say, so this is gonna be an interesting one, guys, because I'm doing something really cool here. So let me show you guys before. So what I basically did, how I actually did this is how it's implemented in Discord. As soon as you go smaller screen, it goes like this. Then for tablet screens, again it goes like on top of each other. Then again on larger screens, it goes like this in line. And this is something really clean. So I just changed directions 4 times, and I'm gonna show you guys how I cheat. And if you notice something really cool as well, I'm changing the image as well, guys. If you see, look at the image is changing dynamically too, right? Like this is a different image, and then this is a different image, which is really clean layout, guys. And I'm gonna be showing you guys how I actually did this. So first of all, I'm gonna say flex column, and on small, now small is basically a min width of 640 pixels. On smaller screen sizes, I want it to be flex row. As simple as that, guys. Now because I did this, and as soon as I go smaller screen, boom, goes in row, right? Which is really clean. And then I want to say on medium screens, I again want it to be flex column, right? Now on medium screens, I again want to change it to, now this is small because it's row, remember. As soon as I go medium, boom, it changes on top of each other, which is again really clean. Now this is working. Now on larger screens, again I want it to be flex row, so I'm gonna change it to flex row again on my larger screens. And I'm also gonna do on my medium screens, I also wanna say items start. Now what item start is basically is align items flex start. Okay, on medium screens. So first, to understand what item start is doing, you need to understand the direction first. So what is the direction of medium screen? It's column, which means align items should be working horizontally, not vertically. Whenever the direction changes, remember, whenever the flex direction changes, this direction changes as well, right? So it means it should be horizontally align items start, right? Horizontally, not vertically. So as soon as I shouldn't be changing this, should be changing. So as soon as I'm going medium, which is flex column, remember. Now as soon as I do that, if I don't actually do that, you guys can see it's like this. But remember, I told you horizontally, right? So as soon as I save that, it's horizontally putting it on the left hand side because it's start. It's saying align items flex start. Before, by default, it was in center, right? That is what I'm actually doing. So now after doing that, I'm gonna say small. I want items to be center. Items to be center on small. Now on small we have a row direction, right? So as soon as we go like this, we want items to be center. So in row direction, align items mean it should be vertically in center, right? Which is really clean. And then I'm just gonna say a gap of 6. Again, I'm providing a gap, not space, and a gap of 6. As soon as I save that, there's a gap vertically and horizontally everywhere. So now, because when I was doing space, I was not actually applying it on some of the places horizontally and vertically. So I actually had to use gap to provide consistent spacing horizontally and vertically both. And that's why I'm saying gap. I'm not saying gap X or anything. Gap means it's gonna do it vertically as well as horizontally. So that is what's gap. And it's a CSS property, by the way, if you guys don't know. So if you see, this is a CSS property, gap. And you can, if you're just using normal CSS, you can still use gap, but it's for the children basically. And we're pretty much done with the container now. Let's just import our icons, right? Because remember, we have icons here. This is gonna be a download icon. Now you see, as soon as I wrote this, I get an auto import here. So I'm just gonna click on the auto import and it auto import it for me. Download icon. So I'm gonna have a download icon, and the icon is only gonna be there for and it's huge right now. So I need to provide a class name, and I need to say a width of 6, and I also want the margin from the right hand side of 2, which is 8 pixels basically. I just save this. Obviously it's not gonna look correct because obviously alignment here, we need to make sure for these buttons that it is actually correct. Now for this button, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna say background white. Background white like this, and I'm gonna say width of 60. Now width of 60 is 240 pixels. Font of medium. Flex, I want to display it flex because I have an icon here, remember, and I'm doing this for the first button for now. I also want to say item center because remember, item center is gonna align it centrally. Item center. I'm also gonna do justify center to align centrally in the horizontally. As you can see, as soon as I save that, horizontally centers it. And I also want to say rounded or full. Rounded full, remember, is the border radius. So I want it to be rounded full because I want the border radius to be completely like this. And then I also want to give some padding so it actually looks like a button. And I also want to make the text a little bit bigger. I'm going to say text large. And I'm going to say on hover, I want shadow to be 2XL, basically 2XL. Okay, and if you want to look at this shadow, this is a custom shadow Tailwind CSS has. So this is the shadow. So on hover, now as soon as I hover, there's a shadow. You see, there's actually subtle. It's really subtle, but there's a subtle shadow. And I also want to have on hover, I also want to make the text to be discard blurple one, this text. I also want to change the text. Now it's looking really clean. And I also want to do focus, because remember it's a button, so if I click, you see this horrible outline. I don't need this outline, so I'm just going to say on focus state I want the outline to be none. And similarly, like all these states, hover, focus, you can also apply active state, whichever state you want to apply. There are so many states. You can again go to the documentation and just find it out. So that thing is gone now, the outline thing. Now the finishing touch, right, is gonna be the transition, right, because nothing is good without the transition, right? And duration of 200, I'm gonna say ease in and out is the function. Now as soon as I do this, look at this, guys, it's looking beautiful with the transition. There's a subtle delay and it's really nice, guys. Now everything is kicking in, and now I'm gonna style my second button here. So this is my first button, it's pretty much exactly like this. Now I'm gonna style this one. So I'm gonna go here, put class name again, and I'm gonna say for this button I'm gonna say background of gray, and this is gonna be 900. Now this is a Tailwind CSS's palette's background color. If also I'm gonna show you guys the palette they have. It's really beautiful actually. If you go to their background, I don't know, color, background color. If I click here, you see this is the palette Tailwind CSS has, and it's really clean, guys. You can use all their palette colors, and they're really good, especially the gray ones. I actually use the gray ones a lot. I like the gray ones a lot, so because it matches so much. And this is background gray of 900, text of white. Text of white, width I want to reduce it to 72. Width of 72. 72 is basically 288 pixels. And I also want to say not reduce, I'm sorry, I want to increase it because this was width of 60. So 72. I want to say font of medium as well, and let's keep on saving so you guys can see the changes as well. And I want to say flex. I don't have the icons, but I still want to say flex, because flex is gonna do all of these tricks, even if we want to include icon afterwards. Justify center. As soon as do that, mix it in the center and round it off full. Okay. Pretty much the same things overall. We could have created a custom class for this as well, and just change the stuff what we want to change, like the background colors and the widths and all these other stuff would be the same. If you guys want to do that, you can actually do that. I just wanted to show you guys all the use cases here. I want to say text of large, and on hover I just want to say hover shadow of oh my god, shadow of 2XL. I think it's pretty much the same stuff. On hover, I also want to change the background to a lighter shade, basically to 800, which is a lighter shade basically. And this is how Discord had it basically. As soon as I hover, you see, but it's instant right now. There is no transition. It's not looking that slick. And the finishing touch obviously is gonna be the transition. But before that, I also want to do focus, outline of none. I also want to have a transition, and the transition duration is gonna be 200, the same. Honestly, I could have actually done this with the class, because that would be much better instead of writing all these repetitive styles. You don't want to repeat yourself. Remember, guys, you never want to repeat these stylings, And as soon as I save that, look at this, guys. This is really beautiful. It would be better if I just give them a custom name. For example, you can just give them a button class name, or you could just name them hero buttons, and you can just go to your index CSS and just add custom. And if you want to change some of the stuff, you can just still provide class names and change it. That's how I would basically do it. And now, outside of these div, now we have to work on the image, guys, because this is looking really nice. This section, it's responsive as well. And look at this, guys. Look at this. Really responsive. Now obviously it's not looking really good right now because the right side section is empty, so we need an image there, and obviously the image is gonna make it look really clean, but everything else is looking really slick, guys. Really slick. Now let's actually work on the image right now. Let's work on this. So now what I'm gonna be doing is, outside of this div, I'm gonna be having another div here, and for this div, inside of this div, I'm gonna be having an image, and the image is gonna have a source and the class name, and then there's gonna be another image after this, right? Because remember, there are two images and both of the images are actually changing. Remember, this is a different image and this is a different image. So I'm gonna show you guys how I actually did that, how I achieved that. Now let's actually get these two images as well from the components. Let me go to the hero and let's get these images. So this is the first image. I'm just gonna copy it here. This is gonna be the second image URL. I'm just gonna copy this one here, and let me go to this here. There we go. And you guys can pretty much copy it or just write it by yourselves. Now obviously it's not looking good. It's not like, oh, again, oh my god, what am I actually doing here? I'm sorry, guys. So you look, they're on top of each other, which is not what we want, obviously, right? This is not the look we want. We're gonna turn this into this, right, and make it look really beautiful. Now for the div here, I'm gonna give some class names first of all. So just one class name actually, and that's gonna be flex grow. Now what flex grow does, guys, is basically it allows it to grow by 1, right? And what that means is basically the same as flex 1. And what it means is basically, if you see, I have this div and then I have this div, right? So this is one div and then this is one div, right? And outside of this div, I have this div, which is containing these two, and it's making them flex, right? And what it's gonna do, flex 1, is the image is gonna take most of the available space, right? And you always wanna do that. You wanna give the image containers the most space, right? So it's gonna take the majority of the space basically. Now here for the first image, I'm gonna give some class names now. So remember, I did their parent relative, which is this, right? Which is this. I set into relative. Now I'm gonna position this image as absolute. I'm gonna say negative left. Remember, I'm putting a minus sign. I'm putting a negative sign before the left here. I'm not just saying left. Negative left, which means it's gonna be a negative value of 36, which is gonna be negative 144 pixels, as you guys can see, negative 144, right? And save that. Now I'm also gonna say margin top of 16. On smaller screen size, I want it to be negative left of 44. I want to increase it, right? And obviously it's not looking good right now, and the reason it's not looking good is because we're seeing other image overlapping this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it hidden because I don't want to display that image right now. Okay. On smaller screens, I want it to be negative. I want it to be a more negative value, which means 176 pixels, and what it means, it's becoming more closer to the left hand side basically. That is what it providing a negative value means basically. And obviously it's on top of this, which is not what we want right now, and which is not the look we want, right? So obviously you're gonna fix that too. But on the medium screen, we want it to be hidden, right? Because remember, we are not having both the images, we're having one image, right? So look at this, guys. Now as soon as I go medium screen, the image hides itself, right? And this is how the look is. On smaller screen, we see this image. Now we're gonna work with this image. For this one, on medium screen, I want it to be inline and save it. Now as soon as I go medium screen, boom, it's inline. It's inline, but it's actually not absolute, right? So I also want to say absolute position of absolute, right? And as soon as I save that, guys, look at this, guys, look at this, exactly how we wanted it to be, right? This is how. And if I go back to my application here, this is how it is. And obviously you're seeing this annoying scroll bars because I'm not full screen right now. and I think as soon as I full screen, oh, this is because I didn't remove the scroll bar. This is because of that, I think. Yeah, but you don't see any scroll bar here, right? Or do we still see in the built application? We don't see a vertical scroll bar, which is really nice. So don't worry guys, I'm gonna get rid of this scroll bar as well. But for now it's looking really clean, just exactly how we want it to be, right? But this text looks a bit off, and remember guys, this is because of the view height. Remember I told you I had a custom view height here on top. Here I had on medium screen sizes I had a custom view height. Now for this thing, I don't know, I can basically try to do it as an inline style or something, because obviously it's not gonna work for me if I try to, or I can actually try to do it some other value. Maybe I could try to maybe say height of, because I'm not using JIT, right? So that's a problem which I need to fix. So I can actually try to check here, and I can try to check if I can do it around 80 maybe, so it looks good. I don't know, I think 83, it was 83, so I can try 4 by 5, which is gonna be like this. This is not what I want, obviously. So that's the thing between having view heights, guys. View heights is the whole height of the page, right? So that's a thing. So I can just try to maybe what I can actually do is I can have a custom height, and then I could try to I could try to do it like that, that way as well, or I could just add an inline style as well. I don't know if that is, but then I have to use media queries as well for that, guys. So it's better if I try to add and so let's just see, guys. Let's see how we can actually add a custom height, because since we are not using JIT, we should be able to do this, right? So let's see how I can add custom heights here. So I go to height here, and this is how I would basically learn this, guys. So I'm actually showing you guys how I would learn this. So as soon as I go down here, you see there's something called spacing here, right? Now I want to add my own custom sort of spacing. So these are the breakpoints they have: small, medium, large, and XL. But I want to add my own sort of spacing, right? And I want to be able to actually use these heights as well. But I'm not sure how you exactly do this. You can customize the spacing for padding margin with in the theme.spacing section. But this is gonna be for spacing, so we don't need space. We need it for height, right? So I can actually try to copy this one, and I could go back to my I could control it like this, and I can actually go back to my theme where I had the colors, remember? So if I go back to my config here, I have these colors here. I can have a height section as well. Now for the heights, what I want to do is I want to have a custom view height of 83 view heights, right? I want to have a custom view height of 83 view heights. So I could just try to say maybe screen height of so let's just think how we're gonna write this. We're gonna write this like that, right? And the name of that variable. So we can just say 83 view height, maybe somehow. That's gonna make more sense, right? So but I don't think if I can name it like that, maybe 83 view height. I don't know if I can actually name it like that. So let's just see if I can. I'm really not sure if you can name it like this, but let's see if you can. Oh, she clicked on tab 9 by mistake. So let me save this and let's see, guys, if it's actually working, because I'm really not sure if it's gonna work actually. Oh, it's actually working, guys, so that's a good thing. So what I want to do is on medium screen size, I want to say height of 83 view height, right? Medium screen height of 83 view height, and let's just see if it's actually applying on medium screen. So obviously right now we're on mobile screen size, and boom guys, it's actually applying. Look at this, right? Oh, it's looking slick, it's looking identical. We forgot to add a question mark here, and that's the only difference. So we can go back to the header here, to the header. I'm say I press something, as I'm used to pressing commands. I always click the Alt key on the Windows, because that's where the command key is on the Mac, and it's so frustrating sometimes. We just want to add a question mark. I think that's the only difference, and boom, I think now it's going to be perfectly identical, right? And there's no flickering, you see, it's exactly identical, guys. So this is how I solved this issue of not using this JIT thing, guys. You saw, right? It's really clean, right? And I think, in my opinion, this makes more sense, because when you're using JIT, you don't get this thing. But when you're using when you're adding custom stuff to your Tailwind, obviously you get this suggestion and this hover effect, which is really clean in my opinion. And you know, this is really clean, and it actually works, so that's nice. I think for that much we are actually done with the hero section, so we can actually work on some cool stuff now, like Firebase, and we could try to log in the user and change this dynamically based on if the user is logged in or no. And this is really responsive, guys, which is really nice. Let me see one more thing. So I have this as well. Yeah, so I think I have the overflow on, which is fine. I think this is how Discord has it. Is if you go to the original Discord's website, they have this kind of view height where they are not displaying the full page, and this is how similar it is actually to Discord. So now let's just work on adding Firebase, and let's create the Firebase content. Let me actually make this bigger as well, because now let's just work on because we need to log in the user, right? But to change the path, we need to first log in the user. So what I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna click on source, new file. I'm gonna create something called firebase.js, and I'm also gonna if I go to my package.json, I don't have any Firebase, right? So I'm also gonna install Firebase, guys. Switch to this terminal, just say yarn add Firebase, right? If you're using npm, just use npm install Firebase. So I'm gonna install Firebase, and remember, guys, in the beginning of the project we actually initialized this project. Now I'm gonna explain you guys what to do here. Now the first thing you should do here is click on this web icon and register your application. So I'm gonna register my application as Discord2YT. We're not gonna be using Firebase hosting, so don't worry about that. We're gonna be actually just deploying this on Vercel, and it's really good Vercel, guys, trust me, because you get this and it's a really nice way, because I'm gonna be using Next.js in the future builds as well, and it's really clean to deploy on Vercel, guys. So I'm gonna be showing you guys a different deployment in this build. Now we have this done. Now after doing this, what you want to basically do is you want to go to your settings, project settings, and you want to go and grab the config file from here. And I do this in pretty much in each of my build. Grab this config file, and then we actually install Firebase successfully as well. So close the terminal, and the first thing, just import Firebase from Firebase and paste this config file here, right? Paste this config file. Now I want to do a bunch of stuff here. I want to do a bunch of stuff, and what I want to basically do is we're going to be using Firebase authentication, we're going to be using Firebase Cloud Firestore, and we're also going to be using Google authentication, right? Because it's the authentication is actually provided by Google. So we're going to be using something called provider from Firebase as well. And the way to do this is basically, first thing, we have to initialize an application, a Firebase application. So you can just say app, and you can say Firebase.initialize app, and here inside of this you want to send this Firebase config, and that's all you gotta do here at this step. Now I want to initialize my DB. Now I'm gonna use this app which I actually initialized right now. I'm gonna select my Firestore. app.firestore. I'm also going to be using authentication module. I'm going to say auth, and this time I'm just going to use the Firebase.auth. You can use app.auth as well, it's pretty much the same, but I'm going to use Firebase.auth, right? I'm also going to be using const provider, and for provider is actually going to be a bit different. You're going to say new, I'm going to create an instance basically. I'm going to say Firebase.auth, and dot we're going to be using, so you see there are different providers now. There's Facebook, there's GitHub, and there's a bunch of different providers, but we're going to be using Google Auth provider, guys, in this build. Google Auth provider. I'm just going to save it. Now obviously I have all these things initialized, right? Now the next thing I want to do is I just want to export these variables, all these things here. So I'm going to export my auth, my provider, and my DB. Okay, and all of these are going to be named exports, okay, because obviously I'm not doing a default export here. So yeah, and that's all I have to actually do for the Firebase.js file. That's it, guys. Remember, it needs to be inside of source, not in the root here. Now what I can actually do is I can go to my app.js, or not app.js actually, so where we're gonna have this login, which is gonna be inside of our header. So let me go to the header, and let me actually open my header as well. Now inside of my header, I'm gonna go down here where I have this login, right? And we're also going to be using React Firebase hooks, guys, which is really powerful hooks. So I'm going to be showing you guys React Firebase hooks. I actually used this before as well in one of my videos, one of my builds. I'm going to be using them again because they're so powerful, guys. React Firebase hooks. And what these hooks are, you can basically go to this npm website here, and you can just check them out, check the documentation here. We have something called auth hooks. So first let us actually install them, and let me explain you guys a bit about them. Yarn as React Firebase hooks, and let me go back here. Now we're going to be using auth hooks, right? And what authentication hooks are, basically they give you something called use auth state, which is a really powerful hook, guys. And what it actually does is you don't have to do it yourself, all the configuration, and you just get the user object, and you get the loading state, you get the error state as well, guys. So if you want any custom loading animations you want to add or anything, you can basically just pull it from the use auth state hook. The only thing you have to send in here is your authentication module, which we just exported it from Firebase.js here. That is what we basically need to send in here, and then we're gonna get the user state, and we're gonna know if the user is actually logged in or not. And this is pretty much the documentation. They also tell you how to do the loading thing and all these things here. This is really clean, guys. Now let's just get back here, and our React Firebase hooks are installed. Now what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be pulling my user inside of my header. Const, I'm going to say user, and remember these square brackets are really important, guys. Const user, I'm going to say use auth state, and I don't think I'm going to have, yeah, so for use auth state I'm going to be, why my auto imports are not working. So god damn it, my auto imports are not working. It's fine, we can just import it like this, use auth. Sometimes it actually does this. VS Code, the auto import stopped working for some reason. We're going to import use auth state from React Firebase hooks. Remember we installed it, and /auth. So we have these hooks for pretty much everything. You have it from Firestore, for database, for storage, and for so many things, but we're going to use the authentication module right now. So use auth state, and we also need to send import authentication from Firebase, but from the local Firebase, not the global one. Remember, guys, you want to import it from the Firebase, but that's going to be the local Firebase. And now, guys, we have the user, but the user obviously is not logged in, right? The user is actually not logged in. One more thing I actually forgot to do, guys, is you guys want to go to authentication after doing all these things, and this is really important. You're gonna click on get started, because without this step it's not gonna work, guys. You want to enable your Google authentication method here, and you also want to select an email, Let me select my default email here. I'm just gonna enable this. I have a bunch of authorized domains here, so if you have a custom domain or something, you can just add those domains here as well. But you see, Google is actually enabled, and as soon as it's enabled, you can go back here. And what was the error? Firebase does not contain a default imported as auth. This is what I was saying before, guys. So it is a named export, right? So you always want to have it inside of the curly braces here, curly brackets here. Okay, and now it's actually blue and it's working. Nice. So now we have the user object. Now what I'm gonna be doing here, I'm also gonna be getting my history. Now what history is, guys, if you've used Next.js, you would be knowing that there's something called a router inside of Next.js, and use history is basically a hook from React Router DOM, and what it does, it allows you to redirect and push to different pages. It allows you to push to different routes, or you know, redirect to different routes basically, which we're going to be doing inside of this component here. Now here, guys, let's just go here. Now what I'm going to be doing here, remember guys, I told you I'm going to get the user, and if there is no user, I'm going to remove that text, right? If there is no user, I'm going to open my ternary operator here. This is called the ternary operator. I'm going to be creating a custom function called signin. Okay, otherwise, okay, I'm going to be doing history dot push, and I'm going to be pushing into the channels. Now what this is, guys, what am I actually doing here? So it's saying sign in is non-defined, because remember, sign in is a custom function, so I'm just going to say const sign in, and this is an arrow function. Obviously you can have just a normal function as well if you want to, but let me save this. And what I'm actually doing here, guys, so I'm checking if the user is there. So if there is no user, okay, I want to sign in. Okay, I want to sign in the user, right? And I don't want to do this here. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I don't want to do this here. I want to do this inside of my onClick, guys. I want to do this inside of my onClick here. On-click here, and I want to remove this as well. Let me remove this as well. Yeah, so on click of this button, so whenever the user actually clicks on this button, right, what I want to basically do, if there is no user, I want the user to basically sign in, right, which we're gonna sign in, do some stuff here to sign in the user. And if there is already a user, remember we showed open Discord text, right? We want to push to the /channels route. That's how we're gonna be doing this, guys. Now I'm gonna do some similar stuff here. I'm gonna say if there is no user, I want you to display login. Now this is gonna be for the text, and if there is a user, I want you to display open Discord. That's it, guys. This is how simple it is, guys. You see, this is how really simple it is. And if as soon as I go back, now obviously it's showing me login right now, because it's not gonna show me open Discord. There is no user right now. User didn't login. But right now, let's actually complete our function here, so the user can actually log in. Now this function is really simple, guys. This is, since it's a button, guys, so I'm going to show you what happens if I click here. So it's actually not submitting anything, so obviously it's not going to refresh. But since it's a button, what's going to happen is obviously going to refresh. So we want to prevent that behavior, because when we're doing this and when we're redirecting to a different route, what's going to happen is actually it's going to actually refresh, and we don't want that refresh to be happening. So we do something called event.prevent default, and then I'm going to be using that authentication module, and I'm going to be signing in with pop-up. Now sign in with pop-up is actually a built-in function Firebase gives you, and it actually opens up this pop-up. And I click, remember when I actually click here, it opens this pop-up. This is the sign in with pop-up thing. Now this sign in with pop-up is gonna get the provider. Remember we had the provider, right? So see, the auto import is showing me, so I'm just gonna auto import it from my local Firebase. Now we're gonna use this provider, and I'm gonna say then, I'm gonna say .then, and I'm gonna say history.push. Okay, history.push inside of my channels, right? Remember, obviously when we are signing in the user, we wanna push to the channels page as well, right? And in the end, obviously, what we want to do is we're going to catch for any sort of errors. Or remember, guys, if I actually close that pop-up without doing anything, it actually shows me the error. It alerts me, and this is really important. We always want to actually do this, right? It alerts you with the error.message. So when I actually did this, right, you see, since I closed the pop-up, it's showing me this. The pop-up has been closed by the user before finalizing. This is what this error alert, the error.message means, guys. It always catches for errors, right? Now this is really clean. What I'm actually doing, if the user clicks here, and if there is no user, I wanna obviously invoke my sign-in function, which is this function here. Otherwise, the user is already there. I just want to push back to the channels, right? And now let's see if everything's correct. It should be working. It should be working really clean. So let me click on login. Okay, boom, guys. So this is actually working. There's no sort of errors here. So now let me choose any profile. Let me choose this profile, and let's see if it actually works. Boom, guys. Boom, it redirects me to a different route called /channels. Now obviously we don't have anything inside of this route, so that's why the page is empty, but it is working, guys. It is working really clean. Now I also want to see if my information on my header is actually changing, right? So I want to go back to my home page, and boom, guys, as soon as you see the information changing, and if I click here right now, it redirects me. It does not show me the pop-up. It redirects me, right? Which is really clean, guys. Really clean. Now obviously we don't want to log out right now, because obviously we want to build our the home page. Obviously we want to build the home page, right? So if I log in right now, you see this is our home component, right? And we want to build this basically. So let's first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my app.js, and I'm gonna have another route here. Obviously remember I added this route before. So for this route, what I'm gonna be doing is this is gonna again remember to add the exact thing, otherwise it's gonna error out on your routes. So exact path is gonna take you to /channels, and there's gonna be a home component here, and then guys there's gonna be another route after this, which is gonna be for /channels, and this is gonna be params id. Now this is something with params. Now what this is basically, this is I'm gonna be having a dynamic id for everything. Remember when I showed you guys, when I click these things, we have /channels and we have a dynamic id for every channel here, guys. This is how I'm gonna be doing this. This is really clean stuff. I'm showing this how you can achieve this basically. Now inside of this route I also want to show home, right? Because obviously my home component is still there inside of this route. I'm not changing this. I'm just changing the URL, but I'm still inside of this home route. So I still do want to show this home thing here. So this is what we want to do now. I'm just gonna create my home component underscore rfce. So this is our home component basically. And what I'm gonna be doing now is, let me just navigate to my home component, and let me open it. And then really close to we're gonna make this home component from, oh, this is actually, we need to import this as well. Let me use the auto import from VS Code, and it's working thankfully. I'm just gonna save it. As soon as I save it, we're gonna change this to this, guys. So stick with me and everything's gonna make sense, guys, and it's gonna be really clean. Now we're inside of our home, and remember I showed you guys something before. I showed you guys that if I actually try to log out right now, let's just log out, and if I try to access my channels, I don't want to do that, right? You never want to access your channels when you're actually logged out, right? Why would you want to access the application if you're logged out, right? So I couldn't access my channels. Even if you went one level deep, right? If you went this much deep, you wouldn't be able to access it. It's gonna redirect you back to the home. And how I actually achieve this, guys, basically, is by using something called so first of all, let me pull my user, const user, and how I'm gonna pull my user is from using the hook, right? Use auth state hook. This is really powerful, and you see auto import's working right now, so I'm just going to use the auto import and provide my authentication state. I'm going to pull my user, and what I'm going to be doing inside here is I don't want any sort of div. Okay, I don't want any sort of div. I just want my fragments. I'm just gonna remove the div here. I just want a normal fragment, and what I'm gonna be doing is I'm just saying if there is no user, I want to redirect, and redirect is something given to you by React Router DOM again, and it works exactly the same as these routes here basically, but it's just for a redirect basically, right? And what you want to basically do here is you just want to say to, right? Remember I told you it works exactly like these routes, so you just want to say to, and you just want to say to slash, and that's it, to slash, right? You want to redirect back to the home page if there is no user, if the user is actually logged out, right? And this is really important, right? Really important. Now after doing this, I'm gonna have a div, and I'm also gonna have another div inside of inside of this div. I'm gonna have another div, and I'm gonna have another div inside of this div, and don't worry, I'm gonna explain to you guys. And here inside of this div, I'm gonna have an image. Now let's just see what I'm actually doing here, right? So if I actually log in back again, and I'm sorry for logging out and back really frequently, but I just want to show you guys. Let me log in with a different account. You see my image and everything is changed. So we have this thing, which is the mini sidebar, then we have this main sidebar, and then we have this section, and everything needs to be like this, guys. Remember, everything needs to respond. This is how Discord has it exactly. This matches exactly like Discord, guys. If you guys have used Discord or know about Discord, right? They don't shrink this. You don't want to shrink this sidebar, because this sidebar remains remains bigger, but instead this thing becomes smaller, and you don't also want to shrink this sidebar. These two sidebars remain the same, but instead this thing takes majority of space on bigger screen. But when you actually go to smaller screens, obviously because the Tailwind is mobile responsive, you're gonna be doing like this. It actually shrinks, right? Actually shrinks like this. This is how we're gonna be doing it, guys. So now I'm gonna be doing here, and I'm gonna be having an image here, and what this image is gonna be is it's gonna be this image on top here, the Discord logo. So let me just quickly actually and let me actually bring this on the right hand side so you guys can see as well, because we're back to coding, right? So let me bring this on like this, and let me do it like this so you guys can see as well. Now for the image, I'm just gonna go back here, and I'm gonna go to my components. I'm gonna go to my home component, and I'm just gonna get this image, right? Just gonna get this image, and let's go back here, and let me paste this in here. Let me remove that. Now let me paste this image here, and for some reason this image is actually not we cannot actually see this image. I think that's because maybe this is why. Yeah, this is white actually, that's why. So I'm gonna provide a class name for the image, another class, a class name, and the class name for the image is just gonna change its height to 20 pixels, basically a height of 5, which is 20 pixels. And then after this div ends, I'm gonna have an HR. I'm gonna give some class names right now, and for these class names, what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is I'm gonna be saying border gray. Now this is how you do borders in Tailwind. You say border gray and border gray of 700. As soon as I save that, you see there's immediately you see a border here, and then if you want to hover over this, you guys can see what are the properties they're applying here. Then what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be saying a border a width of 8, and this is just the border width, which you don't necessarily have to actually say that, but width 8 basically, even if I remove that, I think it's gonna work. Actually it's not showing me the width, so that's fine. width of 8, and what I want to do is margin left and right of auto. Margin left and right of auto. So as soon as I do that, it goes into the center, which is what we basically want right now. And trust me, guys, are gonna understand this once this it's gonna make sense once this completes. Actually, now I'm gonna have a server icon here, guys. Now server icon is actually going to be a component. It's going to be a custom component which I'm going to be creating here. Okay, and what server icon is, if you guys guessed it, it's going to be the server icon, right? Which you have on, you have plenty of servers on Discord, and I'm going to create a component for those icons. I'm just going to use the VS Code auto import, and remember to import the right one, not the one they're giving you, the global one. So this is the server icon. Okay, for now let's just say server icon, okay, and I'm gonna have a bunch of these server icons, and each of these server icons is gonna have a prop and an image prop here. I'm just gonna actually grab all these 4 server icons, so you guys can have more. I just had four of these server icons, and since this build, obviously I didn't want it to be so huge, but if you guys want to go ahead and extend your capabilities, what you guys can do is similarly how you can create a new channel, right? What you can, and I didn't actually show you guys, but if I want to create a new channel, just press OK. You see there's actually going to be a new channel. You can, obviously you cannot delete this from here, because this is not this is just for the admin, right? The admin's gonna control this privilege, not the users. Users can only delete their messages, but you guys can pretty much, if I want to create another channel, and everything's really responsive, guys, by the way, so there's no scrolling effects or anything. Everything's responsive. And if I try to create more of these things, you see it's scrolling really smoothly. So you guys can, similarly how we can create these channels, you guys can also try to have a clickable. I didn't want this build to be really huge, so but if you guys want to do this, you guys can instead of hard coding like this, you guys can just try to, you know, implement this, and it's really easy. It's the same as how I implemented this. So I just save this and I send in an image prop. Obviously inside of my server icon I need to destructure. So what you do is you just say props basically, and but if you just wanna, and then you just access it through props.image, but you just wanna say image. So I just wanna destructure here, and then what I'm gonna be doing is actually, let's just build the server icon. Let's just create the server icon, so it's gonna make more sense after I do the server icon thing. Server icon is going to be really easy. There's just going to be an image here basically, so I'm just going to select both my divs, give an image. Now for the image, what's going to be so actually let me just remove this and let me just have, oh my god, I'm actually, let me remove this and let me have the image. For the image, for the source, I'm just gonna have an image, okay, and the class name is the thing which matters, right? I'm gonna give a height of 12, cursor of pointer, and let me go to the build here so we can see what's happening. A rounded of full, which is gonna be a circle, right? A transition of all. Now I'm applying a transition of all, guys, here. So there's actually 2 types of transitions in Tailwind. So as soon as I save this, boom, guys, you see the image, the height, and everything's applying, but it's not the look we want, right? What transition all is, it applies the property to basically every attribute. And what just the transition is basically, it just applies the transition property to a certain attributes like opacity, box shadow, background color, all these things. But if you do all, it applies to everything. I want to do transition all here. I want to do duration of 150 milliseconds. I'm sorry, 100 milliseconds. I want to say ease out, and I also want to say on hover. On hover, I want it to be rounded of 2xl, and this is how Discord has it, guys. So when you hover over these images, what happens is basically they actually change it to I don't know why it's not working right now, but what happens is they changed to this rounded to XL, which is actually not applying here for some reason, I think. So ease out is actually working. Hover rounded to XL is actually not it's actually not applying. Rounded. Let me try to search for it again. Rounded. I don't know why it's not applying to XL. And it's hover rounded to XL. It should be applying here. Rounded to XL, because there is actually rounded to XL. If I go here, you guys are gonna see there is rounded to XL, right? You guys can see there is rounded to XL. So on hover, it should round this the border. It should reduce the border radius basically, but it's not happening here. But it's actually happening in my actual build. If you guys can see, here, it's actually happening here. So let me get back to my home. Actually, I think there must be something related to here. Something might be wrong here. I don't know. So let's actually work on the containers right now. So the first thing I want to do is I want to work on this container. I wanna work on the image container here. And what I want to basically do here is I want to say server default. I want to give a class name of server default. And now I'm gonna explain you guys what this class name is gonna do, right? I wanna also on hover, I wanna change my background to Discord. And it's gonna be purple this time. I wanna change my color to background Discord purple. Let me actually. So I don't think it's actually working right now. But it's fine, guys. We're gonna get this to this looking like this, right? So don't worry about this. So now let's just work on the server default. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to my index CSS, and let me go to my index CSS, and what I'm gonna be doing here is I'm gonna be having this class, right? Dot server default, and for this class I'm just gonna apply some Tailwind classes. First is gonna be height of 12, a background. Now again I have a custom color for the background here, which is basically I'm just gonna include this custom color inside of my Tailwind config right now. So I have this custom color of, I don't know, let us actually see what this color is. So I think this is the color, the server default color we have. So it's kind of grayish color. I can just say Discord, let's just say server BG or something like that, because it's a server background color. And what I want to do here is I want to apply 393F. But if your GIT is working, you can just try to put square brackets, and instead of doing this you can just try to do it like this. But for me, since my GIT is for some reason not working, so I can just do it like this. You can just provide Discord server BG as 36393F. I can go back to my home, and I can actually apply this color. Sorry, not home, index CSS. I can actually apply this color, BG server Discord server background, right? And then I also want to do rounded of full. I also want to say flex justify center, item center. I also want to say cursor of pointer, and I want to say when I hover over it, I want it to be rounded to XL, and I want to apply a transition of all, duration of 100, and I want to say ease out basically. And that's pretty much it. What I want to basically do here. And for some reason it's actually erroring out, and let's just see, apply can only apply So can only be used for classes in the same CSS tree. So for some reason it's actually not working. I don't know why. What do you actually mean by this? So it's saying you can. I think that this thing is the problem. Maybe I think so. This might be the issue. I don't know. We're sure that hover rounded to Excel exists. Oh, so there is no hover round. You know, guys, what I think is I think they just removed because when I did the build, this rounded to Excel is working, as you guys can see, right? But I think maybe they just changed this and it doesn't work anymore. So let me try to see for the hover state. Why does the rounded does not work anymore? Uh, what I don't understand is why does the rounded does not work for the hover state, and I need to fix this because when I actually initially did this build, it was actually working, but right now even normally it's actually not applying for some reason. So let's actually see if if they actually changed anything here, because I just feel like they actually changed the rounded thing on hover basically. So I cannot actually find it right now. I cannot actually find it. Let me see if I can just try to maybe do it like this, rounded, and on hover state maybe they just changed something, I don't know. Let me just try to debug this, guys, because this is not what we actually want, right? Oh, so they actually, I think they actually changed something. But if for only response variants generated for border radius utility, you can control which variants are generated for the border radius utility by modifying the borders in the variants. I think they might have changed. They might have changed this. They might have changed this. Let me try to actually get. Let me try to copy this thing here, and let me go to the Tailwind config. Let me open the config. Let me see where to actually add this. So I can actually add this inside of my extend here, and I just have to do this. And let me see if it works now, because honestly it's kind of annoying right now, because for me this is actually not working, right? But instead it should be working right now, and it's still not applying. Let me go to my bad. Let me go to the index CSS, and let me actually remove this. Let me try to find it again if it's there. It's actually not working right now, and I think this is the kind of problem which is here we go, guys. You guys can see. So I click open Discord. It's huge right now, right? Which is not what we want, and that's because of the div, the surrounding div basically. But everything else is actually working. The only thing that's not working is basically the rounded to Excel thing, which I don't understand why it's actually not working. So let me also restart my server, because I changed my Tailwind config right now. So let's see if it makes any sort of difference. Because I'm really not sure that why it's happening, why is this happening basically. So let us see what's actually going on here, guys. And yeah, so it's actually still not working, right? So let me try to see again if we have hover rounded. So we don't have any sort of rounded. thing on hover. I don't know why it's actually doing like this, because it shouldn't be like this. Let's just complete the other. Let's just complete the other stuff first, and then we're gonna come back to her, because there's no point in wasting time in this. Because before, when I initially did this build, there was actually like a class like this, but right now I think they just removed it for some reason, which is kind of annoying. But let's stick to the build. Let's stick to the other stuff now. So let me go back to the build here. So we have the server default class, right? Which I was actually kind of applying inside of my home, and I applied this class here, server default. And also on hover, we're changing the background discord color to purple, as you guys can see. But obviously this is not what we want, right? So I'm gonna go and target the outer container. I'm gonna say flex column space, this time I'm just gonna say space Y for vertical spacing, and space Y of 3. I'm also gonna say background of another, this is gonna be a custom color again. So let's just get back to our config file here, and let's see discord is gonna be 202225. This color is gonna be 202225. Let's see what's actually coming here. Oh, this is looking horrible right now. So I think this is the color. It's this color basically here. So we can just say discord server servers. I don't know. We can just say discord server container servers, discord servers bg maybe. Yeah, discord servers. Let's just say discord. I know it's confusing, guys, but let me just quickly do this, because I didn't know that my git is not gonna work, and for some reason I have to actually add these colors again. So that's fine. I can just add this color and background servers bg, right? Boom. I know it's looking horrible right now, because that's because of the max fit. I'm just gonna restrict the max fit. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry about this right now. And the next thing I'm gonna say is I'm gonna say padding 3 and min width of max. Now what min width of max is actually gonna do is it's gonna say the minimum width. I want it to be minimum width to fit the max content basically. And you guys are gonna know this just in a bit. And this outermost div, I'm gonna say flex. And as soon as I do that, guys, look at this. As soon as I do flex, boom, actually comes into play. And I'm gonna say height of screen. Now as soon as I say height of screen, it takes the full height. And guys, believe me, this was actually working when I actually did, because you guys can see the classes in my GitHub repo as well. I did the same, I applied the same exact class, rounded to Excel, right, and it was actually working. But for some reason, I think they removed it after that, because I did this build I think about a little while ago. So for some reason they actually removed these things. I don't know why they had to do that, but they removed. But we're gonna figure out something to fix for this, so don't worry. But everything else is actually working beautifully. You see, it's actually taking this width, and it's really clean, guys. Now the next thing I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be so after the server icons, I'm gonna be having a div here. I'm gonna have a div here, and this div is gonna have an icon, a plus icon, and gives me an auto import. So I'm just gonna auto import it, and that's pretty much it. Basically, a plus icon, and you can see it's a black plus icon right now. So I'm gonna target it by giving it a class name. I'm gonna say text discord green. As soon as I save this, it gives a discord green color. I also want to do height of 7, and as soon as I do height 7, it becomes smaller. I want to do group hover. Now what group hover is really interesting, guys. What group hover is basically, guys, is what group hover does, guys, is what it does is basically on the hover over the parent, which is gonna be this thing here, this div, right? Okay, and this div, right? And there's actually so this div, right, this is gonna have a class first of all of server default. So as soon as I save that, you see this immediately changes to this beautiful BG rounded full kind of thing. And I also want to do hover. So when I hover over this thing, I want to make this card, the background, this card green, basically, right? Okay, and I want to also say something called group here. Now what this group means, guys, is when I'm doing this group hover here, guys, when I'm doing this group, as soon as I do this, guys, look at this, beautiful, right? It's looking really, and there's the only missing thing here, guys, is this rounded thing, which is not changing. Everything's identical, right? So this thing, guys, what this group does, right, is basically because when I want to hover over this entire container, but I only want to change this plus icon, I don't want to change the whole thing to white, right? I only want to change this plus icon to white. So how am I actually going to do this? I provide this the container, the parent group, and for the child I say group hover. So it means when I hover over the group, when I hover over this whole group, right, the text, the color of the plus icon changes to white. This is what this basically means. This is really simple, guys. Now this thing is actually complete, our sidebar, because that's our sidebar, right? Now we are gonna work on this thing here. So I'm gonna be doing is outside this div here, I'm going to be having another div, and inside of this div I'm going to have an h2 here. Now for this h2 I'm going to say official hop server. I can name this anything and just say dot dot dot. Now you can see this thing here, and for this div here, right, for this div here I'm going to say class name. For the class name, I have a custom color again, and what this color is basically the background for this thing here, for this entire div, the background. So I can again go to my let me just go to my application now, and let me go to my Tailwind config here, and let me say Discord not servers. So this is gonna be for the sidebar, right? So I can just say channels, maybe I can say channels, actually channels bg. Let's just quickly do this, channels bg, and the color is gonna be 2f3136, 2f3 or 136, 2f3136. Yeah, Discord channels bg. So now I'm just gonna apply this here, Discord. Let me go do this, channels bg. Why is it okay? As soon as I click that, boom, the color actually changes. Now I also want to say flex and flex column, right? Everything's gonna be in column direction, right? And I also want to say min width of max, and this is really important, guys. You always want to do this, min width of max, because we always want to fit our content, maximum of our content, so it doesn't show any weird issues. Now for this h2 here, I'm going to be doing class name, and there's actually an icon here as well, so I'm going to be importing that chevron, it's called chevron down icon. So obviously it's huge right now because we don't have a class name for this, so I'm just going to say chevron down h5, and I'm also going to say margin left of 2, so a space from some spacing from the text side here, and then For the H2 here, I'm gonna say flex. As soon as it's a flex, they come inline together. I want to say text of white. I don't want it to be black. And I also want to say font of bold. As soon as you bold, it becomes bold right now. Text of SM, text of small. I want to do items center, not type for some reason. Align item centers basically, and justify between border of bottom. So this is how you apply a border bottom in Tailwind. Just say border B, which applies a border bottom width. And by default, always the border is going to be white. So if you want to change the border color, you just say border gray, like this, and changes the border color. Padding of 4. Okay, so it gives some padding right now. And hover, I want to change my background to another custom color. Now there's so many custom colors. Now this custom color is going to be this thing here. You see a slight change here. Now let's just quickly again go to our config file, and this is going to be discard. This is going to be discard channel. So it's actually server name BG or something like that. I don't know. I think, yeah, Discord server name BG. So it's not the BG, it's actually the hover. Discord server name background. So it's not making any sense here. Hover background, hover BG. I know it's really long right now, but I don't have a better name right now, because that's what actually makes sense. So let's just say, I hope that JIT works for you guys. Honestly, it's gonna be a hell of a lot easier to add those classes in, but for some reason for me it's not working. I don't know. I actually tried reinstalling as well, and it gave me the same issue. 34373C. 34373C is gonna be the hover background color. So let's go back and let's continue here. I'll say BG, discard server name hover BG. Okay, and as soon as I hover over this, obviously we need the cursor to be pointer as well. So let's do that as well. Cursor to be pointer, and that's it. That's all we gotta do at this point. And yeah, it looks identical, right? It looks really clean. Now after this H2, I'm gonna have a div, and now this div is gonna have another div inside of it, and this div is gonna have an icon, and it's gonna be a chevron down icon. And after this, you're gonna have an H4, and H4 is gonna say channels. And then after the H4, you're gonna have a plus icon, and for the plus icon, we're gonna obviously, now this plus icon is this icon here. When we click here, it shows us this. So we're gonna do some on-click stuff here, pretty cool on-click stuff. So now this chevron down icon basically is gonna give us some class name here, and for the height of 3. So it becomes smaller immediately, a margin right of 2, right? Because we obviously have this and this container. So let me first target this container, and for this container, I have a custom text color. Again, I cannot use JIT, so I have to go to my Tailwind config again, and the text color is going to be these channel text basically. So I'm just gonna say discard not like this, sorry, channel text, right? I can just say discard channel. Actually, it's gonna make sense to discard channel. Now for the text color, I'm gonna say 8E9297, 8E9297, and I could use custom gray colors from Tailwind as well. They're pretty similar, but I want to be exact about these colors because this is what is gonna match this card's palette, right? So I want to be precise about them. Now for this, I'm just gonna say this card, channel. No, just channel right there. As soon as I save that, boom, it changes, right? Discord text Discord channel and flex grow. Now again, remember guys, I told you about flex grow. What flex grow does is basically allows it to grow as much as it can. I also want to the overflow. The overflow y2b scroll. Now why am I actually doing the overflow y2b scroll? So I don't get this effect here. So when I scroll here, you see there's no sort of overflow, weird overflow, right? It's just smoothly scrolling here. This is what I want it to be. So that's why I'm actually doing overflow y scroll here. I also want to do something. I also want to hide the scroll bar, right? Now how am I actually gonna do this? So if I do this, there is no hide scroll bar, right? There is no class like this in Tailwind. So we have to have a plugin. Now for this, I have a really cool plugin here. So we go and search for scroll bar hide Tailwind, right? You're gonna see this plugin here. It's a really cool plugin. All you can do is basically just install this plugin, Tailwind scroll bar hide, and you just have to go and provide this inside of plugins, which I'm gonna show you guys. So let's first install this. Go here, yarn add a Tailwind scroll bar hide. And what you want to do basically, you're just going to go to your Tailwind config file, and inside of plugins, just add this line required. So let me go to my Tailwind plugin. Inside of the plugins, as you can see here, you just have to add this line, this piece of line, and that's pretty much it. Now you can use this class basically inside of Tailwind. You can use the scroll bar hide class, and it's gonna hide your scroll bar, guys. And you can see the demo as well if you want to, which is really clean and doesn't even take time to install. So it's really nice. So all I want to basically do is I have this class scroll bar hide. Now obviously right now you cannot see this, but when I spam these spam some channels here, which I'm going to be spamming after this, I'm going to be showing you guys and these things here, and it's showing no weird scroll bar right here, right? There's no scroll bar, as you can see. There's going to be no scroll bar here. So scroll bar hide, and inside of this div now, class name, I'm going to target this div. Now this div is going to be flex, okay, and there's going to be items center, okay, align items of center. I'm going to fix that plus icon because the size is really huge right now. I'm going to say padding of 2, and I'm also going to say margin bottom of 2, right? And now let's target the plus icon right now. Class name, for the plus icon height, I want it to be 6. I save that. I want the margin left to be auto, because remember I want the plus icon to be on the right hand side, right? So I want the margin left to be auto. I want it to be as far as away as from these two basically. So margin left of auto. Cursor of pointer, because remember we're gonna do some on-click stuff with it. Hover. On hover, I want it to be text of white, and boom, that's all I want it to be. As soon as you see I hover, text changes to white color. Now for channels, right, I want to target my channels. Now for the channels, I only want to say font of semi-bold, and that's pretty much it. As soon as I save that, already looks really better, right? And chevron down icon, the height is 3, the margin height of 2, and that's pretty much it. We're done with this. Now after this div ends here, we're gonna have another div here, and this div basically is gonna contain a channel component. A channel. Obviously now I have to create this channel component, which is gonna be inside of my components. I'm gonna create channel.js underscore rfce, and just let's just say channel, and let me just spam this so I can show you guys that the scroll bar is hidden as well. And let me first auto import this channel. So you see there's channel. Now I can just try to spam this as many times as I can, and try to, obviously since right now there is no sort of margin bottom, so you're not gonna see that. So let me just give margin bottom of for some, let me paste it here. Actually let me increase it to 8, and let me paste it here right now. Oh god damn it, I don't know what I'm actually doing right now. Let me give a big margin bottom, let me give it 14, I don't know. And so it's actually not applying margin bottoms for some reason. Anyways, let me just keep spamming this, because the only way to show you guys is by spamming this. Let me spam this so much, and here we go guys, boom, there is no scroll bar, see. And if I don't do that, right, for proof, and you guys can see as soon as I hover over this, it applies this, right, which is really clean, right. If I don't do this, you guys are gonna see one annoying scroll bar. Boom, this looks ugly, right. It looks really ugly. You don't want to have this. You never want to have this. So boom guys, that's actually gone. Now let me keep one channel only and remove all the other ones. Now this div is gonna contain all my channels, and what's gonna happen basically here is that this div is gonna have a class name, okay, flex. Again, it's gonna be flex column, because obviously all channels are gonna be in column. Now I'm gonna say space y of 2, padding left and right of 2, margin bottom of 4, and that's pretty much it what I want to do with the channel. Now for this channel, right, guys, I'm gonna be pulling these channels from Firebase, right. I'm gonna be pulling these channels from Firebase, right, from Firebase. So what I'm gonna be doing here is, let's just have the on click thing first, because for the plus icon here we're gonna have an on click function here. For this on click, what I'm gonna be doing here guys is gonna be having a custom function called handle add channel, right, handle add channel, right. I was gonna freak out right now because we don't have this function. So I'm just gonna say handle add channel, and I'm gonna create this arrow function, handle add channel. And now what this function is gonna do is gonna have a channel name, and it's gonna ask the user. So I'm gonna use prompt, right. It's gonna ask the user to enter a new channel, channel name. This is gonna ask a user to enter a new channel name basically, and if there is a channel, if there is a channel, because we always want to do this. So if there is a channel name, then only we're going to access the DB, and this DB is the local is imported from local Firebase. Remember we exported the DB, the Firestore. And before doing that, what I'm gonna do is I'm actually also gonna go here, and I'm actually gonna obviously, since we didn't actually created the DB here, so we also want to do this. We always want to make sure that this is actually turned on. So we want to create our database. You want to start in test mode, not in production, in test mode, and we can enable it whatever. All the servers are fine actually. So we can enable this, and this is going to be the cloud Firestore. So it's basically a successor to the real-time database, guys. It is real-time, and it's a successor to this real-time database was the old one, but this Firestore database is the new cloud Firestore, and it's real-time as well. So you have this database set up. Now we can actually keep on working here, okay. And what I want to do here, I want to create a collection, right. I want to create a collection. Now I want to create a collection of channels, okay, and I want to add to this collection. And what do I want to add? Basically, I want to add my data, right? And what's going to be the data? Data is going to be the channel name. The channel name. That's what I want to add, right? Because remember, we want to add our channel name, right? And what the channel name is, basically, it's this thing, right? So when I click here, obviously all these are channel names. So this is the data we want to add into our Firestore database, right? So I want to add my channel name, and that is it. Basically, that is it. So when I click here, boom guys, it actually shows me enter a new channel name. And it is gonna work, guys. It is going to work right now, because remember, if I click here, if I say papa fam something like this, now obviously you're not gonna see here, but if I go to Firebase right now, if I go to Firebase and if I refresh right now, it should be working here. We should see a collection. Here we go, guys. Boom, there is a collection, and there is a unique ID for this channel as well, because whenever we add something to the Cloud Firestore, it creates a unique ID for that document. So this is a document basically inside of this channel, right? And there's a unique ID for this document. So this is a document, and this is the field basically, channel name. So that is it, guys. And you can manually add documents, and you can manually add fields as well if you wanted to, but obviously I'm not gonna do it anything manually. We're not gonna do anything manual. So you see, it's actually working, right? It's really good. Now all we have to actually do is you have to display this channel here, right? And it is real time, guys. It is real time. So if I delete this, it's gonna delete from here as well, which I'm gonna be showing you guys. Now what I want to basically do here, guys, is instead of saying channel, I don't want to say channel here. What I want to basically do here right now is I want to map through, right? I want to map through my channels. Now how am I gonna access all of these channels? So how am I actually gonna access all of my channels here, all of these channels? So there's a really powerful hook for this. Now that powerful hook, actually let me keep this bigger. That powerful hooks is inside of React Firebase hooks. And remember, we actually installed this, right? Now remember, I told you there are different hooks for different things. There are Cloud Firestore hooks. Now if you go to Cloud Firestore hooks, there's something called use collection which you can use, right? And what this is gonna do, guys, is we're gonna access our collections. Remember, now we created a collection of channels, right? Now we're gonna access that collection. What I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna say const channels. I'm gonna use this really powerful hook, use collection. Okay, use collection. Now all we have to basically do here inside of this hook is you have to say db the collection, and you have to provide the collection name. Which collection do we want this from? So we want it from channels, right? There can be multiple collections. There can be a collection of channels, there can be a collection of posts, and there can be different collections. You want to mention from which collection we want this channels, right? You want it from the collection called channels, and this is all we have to do. Obviously we have to import use collection as well, and use collection is going to be imported from React Firebase hooks / Firestore. And remember, we used it for Auth before, but this time we're going to use it for Cloud Firestore. Okay, I can go back here. Now I will have my channels here. Now instead of saying channel here, what I can basically do is I can do something really cool here, right? What I can actually do here inside of my JSX here, I can open this. Okay, and what I can do is I can say channels. Now this can be undefined. Remember, this can, because we are pulling it from Firebase, right? So channels can be undefined. As soon as I press dot, you see docs, right? You want to access the documents, all the documents. Remember, I told you guys this is a single document, and there can be multiple documents here. So we want to access all these documents here, right? Access those documents. Okay, access those documents. And what you want to basically do is map through those documents, get a single document from them, and then I want you to render a channel component. Now this is really clean, right? Because remember, what we are doing is we are going into the collection of channels, we're accessing all the documents. Okay, just now we obviously added these inside of Firebase, and we're accessing all the documents, and then in the end what we are actually doing is we're obviously it's not gonna change here because remember channel is a component, so you need to change inside the component, right? And then accessing the single document. Now we're gonna send some props here, right? So key prop is really important, guys, because we're gonna have several of these channels, so many channels here, right? So a key prop is really important, okay, to handle this. So doc has something called id, okay, which is gonna be the key. And now I'm gonna be passing this id as an id as well, okay, and an id prop, okay, and another prop I need is the channel name. Now how am I gonna access the channel name? Now all these things which I actually sent here inside of this channel, I'm gonna access it through my data, right? Now my data is gonna be dot channel name, and this is gonna represent your this name here, the name which you actually wrote here, right? So doc.data.channel name is gonna give me my channel name, and I'm gonna send these things as props inside of my channel, so I can go here and actually destructure id and channel name, which is really clean, right? Now I can go open my channel component. So let me open my channel component, and what I can basically do here, so if I go back to it, there's a hash, right? So I need this hash thing here, right? So what I can do is I can get this hash hashtag icon from hero icons, and after this I can add this channel name. Now boom, guys, boom, this is Papa Fam, this is what we created, right? Now if I create another right here, let's just say Next.js. Obviously we're not using Next.js. Boom, guys, real time. See, this is called real time functionality. And another thing I want to show you guys, if let's just add one more thing, let's just add JavaScript, and boom, real time, guys. Now another thing which I want to show you guys is basically, for example, if I go here, you see this is real time, we got this Next.js. Now let's say I want to remove JavaScript, so I delete the document, okay, I want to delete this particular document, start delete, boom, it's gone. Now it's gonna be deleted from here as well. See, there is no JavaScript anymore, right? So this is like an admin privilege which you want to have. You don't want to give this privilege to all your users, because your users shouldn't be able to delete all the channels, because that's not the decision they have to make. So this is kind of an admin privilege you can manage from here. But users can actually create channels. They can create as many channels as you want to, just name whatever you want. But obviously it's not gonna be the name, but I'm just telling you guys, Now here I can have a class name, font medium, flex, items center, cursor of pointer, on hover I want to say background. Now this is a custom background again. Now this thing is 383C43. Now this background here is this background, you see, channel BG. So I'm gonna go quickly to my Tailwind config, and what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna say discard channel BG, okay, hover BG. So on hover you have a background color, right? So discard channel hover BG makes sense. 383C43 is the color, 383C43. I'm just gonna save this. So I'm gonna come back here. I'm just gonna say, can't use JIT, so I just have to say background discard channel hover BG, right? And I save this. You see the background. Obviously this hash icon is really huge, so let's fix this as well. Let's say a height of 5, a margin right of 2, so it has some spacing from the text. As soon as I save this, guys, let me make this smaller as well. So you see how beautiful this is looking. It's looking really nice right now. Now let's continue on this. I have a padding of 1, okay, and I give some room, and rounded MD. Now why I'm doing rounded MD is the border radius I'm giving it of 6 pixels, a slight border radius. So obviously when I hover, you see this border radius is a little bit rounded right now. you know, so it's looking like alive right now. I also want to do hover text of white, basically. So when I hover over these things, you see, now it's looking really clean, right? Now it's looking really clean. If I create another, boom, right? You see another, you see another. You can create as many you want, and you see really clean, right? And it's looking identical right now. But obviously we need to have the chat section as well, right? That's the main kind of thing you want to have. But yeah, it's looking really clean. Now another thing I wanna have here is I wanna have an on click here now on my div basically. And oh, why do I wanna have an on click? Is because I wanna set this channel, right? Remember, I wanna set this channel, so when I actually click on these links, okay, you see how dynamically the routes are changing. So I wanna make sure, I wanna actually do this. I wanna push into these routes. I will still be on my home component, but I do want to change the routes, and I want to push to different routes, right? And I think this is someone actually commented here. So I want to push to this different routes, so that's what I want to basically do. So what I'm doing is that I'm saying set channel here. Now obviously I have to create this function, right? I can just say const set channel, and I can just say custom function here. Now this is where I'm gonna be using Redux, guys. So remember I told you guys I'm gonna use Redux as well. Now I wanted to show you guys how you can use Redux with Tailwind and React and all of this stuff as well. And it's really easy, because we're gonna be not gonna be doing anything, but we're just gonna be using the Redux toolkit, which is really easy to implement, guys. So stick with me, and I'm gonna be showing you guys how to actually do that, and it's gonna be really simple, guys. So the first thing I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm going to be creating two folders. So open your folder structure here, and what I'm gonna be doing is inside of my source, guys, I'm gonna be creating two folders. One of them will be called app, and another one it is gonna be called if you've seen me previously build clones build websites using React, I've actually used Redux template in all my builds before, but here I'm doing it a bit differently. I'm creating this from scratch myself, since I didn't use a Redux template here for React, because I'm doing it from scratch. So I just wanted to show you guys how you can actually do this. So it's very easy to set up, and we're going to be using the Redux JS toolkit. So I'm going to be showing you guys the Redux. So what you can do is go to their website here. You can just go to this. So this is the Redux official website. Then there's another website for Redux toolkit, this one, which you can go here. I always like to turn on the night mode, and can click on get started actually, and you can see what it is, right? It is state management library basically. It does all the state management for you, Redux, which is really clean, it's very simple to actually install this. What you have to actually do here is that copy this command. I'm just going to copy it since I'm using yarn. If you're using npm, copy this command here, and all you have to do is open your terminal, and then just simply I don't think I actually copied this. Go back, let me press this. Yeah, I think I just have to install this. Yeah, so just copy this command, paste it in your terminal, and install this using yarn or npm, whichever you're using. And then I'm actually going to restart the server as well, because I'm going to be changing some of the files here. And then the next thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be hopping into my index.js, guys. Okay, and I want you guys to do this step. This step is really important, and in this step what you have to actually do is, if your Redux is installed, another thing I actually wanted to install is something called React Redux, which I'm going to be explaining you guys why we're going to be needing this, because we're going to be needing the provider, guys. We're going to be needing the provider from React Redux, right, which is the Redux's official website, right? And I'm going to be installing this as well. And it's all gonna make sense once I do all these steps, guys, trust me. So the step which I want to actually do here is I want to import some of the things right now. And things I want to import is, the first thing I want to import the provider. Now what's going to be the provider? The provider is actually going to be the wrapper inside our application. It's going to wrap our app, all of our application inside of the provider basically. And the provider, we're going to get it from React Redux, which I just installed right now. And another thing I want to import is going to be the store. Now for the store is going to be lowercase here, and the store is going to be imported locally from our application, which means we have to create a store inside of our application here. So what I want you to do is create a new file here called store.js, and you can pretty much copy my GitHub repo as well if you guys want to, but I'm just teaching you guys if you guys ever wanted to do any project from scratch using the Redux toolkit, which is really fairly simple to use. Now I'm going to be importing two things here. The first thing is going to be the configure store function. Okay, as soon as I write this out, you guys can see it gives me an import option from Redux.js toolkit, which I'm going to be using this one. Configure store from Redux.js toolkit. Another thing is going to be import channel reducer. Now this is going to be a reducer I'm going to be creating locally inside of my features. Features is going to be inside of my this thing here, source, which folder which I created, and inside of my features folder I'm going to be having a channel slice.js file. Obviously right now it's not there, so it's going to error out, but we're going to be creating these files, and then I'm going to be exporting my store, and I'm going to be using this function called configure store. Now configure store is basically an abstraction over the standard Redux create store function. It's kind of an abstraction kind of thing basically. So I'm going to be actually using this, and what you have to actually send it here is I'm going to be opening my curly braces, and I'm going to be sending my reducer here. Okay, and the reducer, the name is going to be channel, and is gonna be the channel reducer, like this, and boom, that's it. That's all you have to basically do for the store, guys. Now all of these things are gonna make sense once we create the channel slice here, guys, trust me. So the next thing, let's create our channel slice. Go into your features, and if you want to have an additional folder, usually people what they do is they have an additional folder for different, because you can have different slices. If you have seen my previous builds, you can have a user slice, which we are not using in this build because we are using something called React Firebase hooks, which are really powerful, and we don't need to overcomplicate this stuff, guys. We don't need to use the user slice in this build, right? Because we are using hooks, right? But sometimes people create different folders for different slices and then include it, but since I just have one slice here, so I didn't actually create a different folder for this, if you get me. Now here I'm going to be importing a function called create slice. Now this function, if you guys guessed it, is again going to be as soon as I do this, I get this import option. It's going to be the Redux toolkit. Now this Redux toolkit, guys, it actually simplifies our process of using Redux, because everything is so simple and every function is already created for us in the toolkit. We just have to use those functions, and just and before, if you guys have used Redux before, it was such a pain to actually use Redux, but now it's actually really simple to use Redux. Now I'm gonna create an initial state. Okay, for my initial state, what the initial state is going to be basically, the variables I'm going to be having here are going to be null. Okay, and it's basically similar to use state. If you know, I've used use state so many times across my build, right? So what I do is basically, when I use a use state, I give a default value for the use state variable, right? I always say, if I want to set something, if I want to have a variable, the default value is always going to be empty, it's going to be false, it's going to be null. In this case, it's going to be empty, it's going to be null here. So this is kind of the default state for these variables. It's called initial state. The next thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be exporting my channel slice. And this channel slice, remember, I was using it inside of my store here. if you guys know, as this channel reducer, I was importing my channel reducer from my channel slice, right? I'm going to be exporting my channel slicer. I'm going to be using this function create slice. Now this function, the reducer argument, as you can see, as soon as I put the bracket, it's saying a function that accepts an initial state and object full of reducer function and the slice name and automatically generates action creators. So reducer argument is passed into this function. So what it means essentially is we're gonna pass the name of the slice first, okay, and you have to do it exactly like how I'm doing, guys, trust me. And all these things pretty much you get it inside of the template. If you've I've used the template before, so I didn't have to bother with doing all this stuff, but here I just wanted to show you guys how you can actually do it without the template as well, which is really easy in my opinion. It's not at all once you get the hang of it. So I'm passing the name of the slice, which is channel, right? The name of the slice, the initial state, and the reducers. Now for the reducers, I'm gonna be setting my channel info, and I'm gonna be saying state and action, and everything's gonna make sense, guys, trust me. I'm gonna make everything's gonna make sense. And what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to open my curly braces, and this, guys, is set channel info. What this set channel info is going to be is it's an action basically, right? It's an action. And what an action is basically is what it's going to do is going to change the state here. It's going to change the state, change these states, change these variables. And it's similar to when I use a use state, right? So I have a variable, and let's just say I have a channel info variable, and then I have a set channel info. Set channel info is going to change the variable itself, right? And the channel info is the variable. So there are two of these variables, and set channel info is going to change. It's an action basically. Now what's going to happen here is I'm going to be saying state. I'm going to be accessing my state, and then I'm going to be saying state. As soon as I say dot, I get two of these variables, right? Now I'm going to be using channel ID, because remember I'm changing the state, right? I'm going to be changing this to whatever my user. Now there's something called, when you use this action, there's something called a payload which you get when what the user basically wants to dispatch. So when we're going to be dispatching, we're going to be sending something called a payload, and it's going to be channel ID, and another variable is channel name. Now it's going to be the same for this action.payload.channel name. Now what I'm actually doing here, guys, is I'm accepting a payload. So what this payload is going to make a lot of sense when we dispatch our actions, and we're going to be doing that inside of our channel component. And when we're going to be setting a particular channel, so we can change the URLs and other stuff, and it's going to make a lot of sense, trust me. What this basically is doing, this function here, this is a function basically, and this function is just changing these variables and just accepting whatever the user is sending as a payload. That's what it is basically doing. Now the last thing, guys, we want to do is we want to export, right? We want to use this function, so obviously we have to export this function, right, across our application. So I'm going to be exporting this functions at channel info, and I'm going to be saying channel slice dot actions channel slice dot actions. And I'm also going to be exporting. Now these things, guys, these are going to be the selectors there. And if you don't know what selectors are, basically, so selectors are basically pulling these variables after they have been changed with the payload, right? Because remember, we always want to use these variables as well, right? If you're not able to use these variables, then there is no point in changing them. We have to use these variables inside our whole application. So this is going to be the name of the slice, and then the name of the variable. So this is going to be channel ID. Now what selectors basically do, so I'm going to explain you guys what selectors are. What selectors basically do is, after we have done all this stuff, after we have changed our variables, we have changed all these state. Now the purpose of using this Redux toolkit is so we avoid something called prop drilling, right? If you don't know why we are using Redux, is we're using Redux to avoid something called prop drilling. And what prop drilling is basically is when we send a particular variable across different components, and it's like we just keep on sending it, right, from components to components, and that is something which we always want to avoid. What we instead want to do is we want to set our variable, okay, and we're going to be setting using this function. We're going to be dispatching some payload into this function, and it's going to be changing these variables. Now we want to use these variables, let's say, in a very deep component, right, which is gonna, if you don't which means if you don't use Redux, it's gonna make so much prop drilling, but it's a very deep component, right, and we want to use these variables. So how are we going to access them? We're going to be accessing those variables using these selectors here, and it's really simple. I'm just going to duplicate this, because remember we have two variables, and we're going to use two variables. So this is going to be for channel name, and this is going to be changing. Remember, this is going to be the slice name. The slice name is this one, this thing here. If I'm changing this, I need to change this as well. So state dot the channel slice, because there can be different slices again, right? There can be a user slice, there can be a multiple slices. So always remember that. Now we want to export our default channel slice. Remember, we want to always export this channel slice dot reducer. So as soon as I say dot, I get these things, reducer actions. I want to export my reducers. I'm just going to say reducer, and that's it, guys. We are actually done with our channel slice. This is how simple it was when we are actually using the Redux toolkit. This is how simple it is to do this with the Redux toolkit, and it's really clean code, guys. Really simple, and it's just pattern recognition, guys. Once you start doing this, you eventually get the hang of it, and trust me, it's really easy after the Redux toolkit. Everything's so simple. And I'm gonna come back here again to explain you guys back and forth when I'm gonna be dispatching actions, so don't worry about it. I'm explaining everything to you guys, and this is gonna make sense too, because now we just exported our channel reducer. So this is the default one, right? And here it is. We are importing that same reducer from the channel size here, which is really clean. Now the last step, guys. The last step is to wrap. Remember, we imported these two things. Now this thing, right? This store, right? Because we created the store now, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be getting my store from my application. I'm going to be saying app store. I'm going to be saving this. And what I basically want to do is I want to wrap my application inside of the provider, okay, inside of the provider, and this step is really important. So we get the state entire our whole application, because remember, we want to get those selectors, those variables inside our whole application, right? We want to be able to use them inside our whole application. So the only way we're going to be getting the state inside the whole application is when we are wrapping the provider. And what you can do is you can simply say store is equal to store, because remember, provider has this thing store, which is a single Redux store in your application, and you have to make it equal to the local store which we just created right now. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for the index.js. And now we are actually successfully using Redux as well. We're powering this application with Redux, which is really clean. Now I want to go back to my channel, right, and keep building. So let me quickly get back to my channel .js, and remember I had this function here, and let me go back to the application too, so you guys we can see what we are doing. And let me restart the server once, because we changed so much stuff, guys. So always make sure when you change a lot of stuff, always make sure, even if it's not required, it's a best practice to restart the server if you change a lot of configuration stuff or some settings and stuff like that. So it's always good to restart. So my server is actually restarting, and boom, guys, see, it immediately showed me open Discord since I'm already logged in, right? So I'm just gonna go back to my application here. I'm just gonna press refresh. I'm gonna open my application. Here we go. So it's working, everything's working. I'm gonna close the terminal, And this function here is what this channel is, right? Remember, the channel is basically this thing here, right? These channel names, right? Now what I want to basically do is I want to be able to switch to my different URLs. Remember, the URLs are changing in my build application here, right? So I want to be able to do that. So how I'm actually going to be able to do that is basically what I'm going to be saying is inside of this function where I have this on click set channel, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be using something called dispatch. Now dispatch is something really powerful, guys. And what dispatch is going to do is, remember I told you guys we have to set use that function, the function, let me go back and show you guys what that function was. That function was set channel info, and we have to use this function and we have to dispatch to change these variables. Now I'm going to be using something called dispatch. Now this dispatch is a hook basically, guys. It's a really powerful hook, and you get this hook from React Redux basically, which we just installed. So you get this hook from React Redux, and I'm also going to be using history from React Router DOM, and I'm going to say use history. Now use history is another hook obviously from React Router DOM, and inside of my this function I'm going to be saying dispatch set. Now remember, we are importing that function called set channel info, right? So I'm going to be importing, as soon as I keep writing this, I get this really good VS Code auto import, right? I'm going to click here, set channel info, and auto imports from me from the channel slides, because we're importing this function, remember. Now this function, what it was actually doing, let me go back and show you guys, because I want to keep going back and forth to make sure you guys understand this. What this function was doing is accepting two things. It's accepting a state, and it's accepting an action, right? So it's accepting two things, and what it's gonna do is gonna change the state to whatever the payload the user is sending in, right? This is what this function is basically doing. These are the two variables it's accepting basically. So what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to be opening my, because it's a function, right? And I'm going to be opening my curly braces, and I'm just going to be saying channel ID. Channel ID is going to be the ID. Now what is this ID? This ID is the ID which we are sending in when we are creating the channel component. Remember, when we are creating the channel component, that is where we are actually sending in the ID and the channel name, right? If you guys know. So that is where we are basically, if I go back to my home here, right, and here when we are rendering this channel component, we're sending an ID which we're getting it from Firebase, right, the document ID, and we're also sending a channel name. Now what I'm actually doing here is I'm setting my channel ID to the ID, and I'm setting my channel name to the channel name here, right, to these two props here, so I don't have to keep prop drilling and keep sending. So I'm actually saving this inside of my Redux store right now. I'm saving these things inside of my store, and that's all, guys. That's all dispatch does, right? That's all dispatch does. Now after the dispatch thing, what I want to be doing here is I want to be able to change my route, right? Remember, the route is dynamically changing when we click here, right? So when I click here, let me make this bigger. When I click these things, the route is dynamically changing. I want to be able to do this when I'm successfully store these two things inside of Redux. I want to be able to do this too. So what I'm going to be doing now is I'm saying channels, and actually I'm going to be using template strings here. And the reason for template strings is going to be because I'm going to be using a variable, if you guys guessed it, inside. That's why you use template strings, and the variable is going to be the ID. Remember, what are these things here? What are these things it's changing to? These are the unique IDs of these channels, which is saved inside of Firebase document, right? Document IDs of these channels. And that is what I want to, and this is really clever, guys. Trust me, this is really smart, because like once I'm done with the dispatch, I just want to dynamically change my route to the channel ID, whatever channel I'm actually going in. I want to change that route ID to that specific route, you know. That's what I basically want to do. And now this should be actually working. And if I also have my Redux there's a really good extension actually I'm going to be showing you guys. It's called Redux extension, which you guys, if you don't know, you can actually install that extension from Google Chrome, the web store here. I already have it installed, and what this extension does is actually allows you to see your, if I open my inspector tools here, I will see this thing here. You're gonna see this extension after you install this. You're gonna see this here. Now what this is gonna do, as soon as I click on state, it's gonna show me. So this is a Redux extension basically. When I'm using Redux, it's gonna show me the state, okay, and it's also gonna show me the actions, and it's gonna show me the actions and the state after I actually do this basically, right? It's also gonna show me that. So now if I refresh this and if I open my Discord, and if I'm clicking here, nothing's happening, right? Nothing's happening actually. You can see there's nothing much happening here. When I'm clicking here, I want my routes to dynamically change, but they are not changing, and the reason for that is basically why it's not happening is because I don't have it inside of my app.js. I have these routes. Oh, I actually have them. So I have these routes. So it should be working right now because I have this route, right? Now this route is really important, by the way, guys, for this to be correctly working, right? Which it is not right now. But I'm gonna figure out what's the thing. But for this to be working, this route needs to be really clear. This route needs to be exactly like this, because this route needs to be like this, because the reason why, and this is the params basically, guys. This is the params, okay? This is the params, and I'm also gonna go check my home. So just give me a second, guys. I'm gonna check my home component and see, because what I'm actually doing is I'm using this function set channel, and I'm actually dispatching using this const dispatch. Use dispatch hook. I'm dispatching the set channel info and everything, and I'm pushing to the specific route as well, which is channel/id. But instead it's not actually changing my route dynamically here, which it should be actually changing when I'm clicking here. Or maybe I need to create another channel, I don't know. I don't think it's actually still working. A, B, C, D. Let me just try to do it again. So it's not actually changing. The routes are not actually changing. Let me go to my home and let me see if I'm doing everything. Oh, I press Command P and I'm on the browser, so that happens sometimes. Let me see inside of my home if I've done everything correctly here. So this is something else. This is handle that channel, so it's not that we don't need this. So everything should be working, guys. It should be working, and the routes should be changing for us. I don't know why the routes are actually not changing for us, but they should be actually changing, because we're pushing to a different route here, right? And that route is going to be /id. So it should be working. And we're gonna make this work, guys, trust me, so don't worry about it. We're gonna make this work. Let me make this bigger first of all, and also I want to have the logout functionality. We have to create the logout functionality as well, because I want to be able to log out as well, right? We want to be able to log out too, right? But that's really important. We have to figure that as well. Let me see if there's the on click is actually set channel on click is actually right, and set channel is right too, so it's accepting set channel info. Set channel info, we are actually importing it from our channel slice, and what's happening here is we are sending the channel ID and the channel name, and we are doing all of these things dynamically. Now we just want to render these messages as well, right? We want to be able to render these messages as well. But before that, my routes should be changing. So I need to figure this out, that why my routes are actually not changing. And let's figure this out together, guys. Let's see why the routes are not changing, because when I'm clicking these links, my routes should be dynamically changing as well, right? If I've done everything correctly, which I think I have done everything correctly. Oh, my bad, guys, my bad. I don't know if you guys noticed it, but I'm doing something really stupid here. What I'm doing is I'm having the on click at the wrong place, guys. I'm having this on click on the hashtag icon, and I'm clicking these things here. So when I have my on click, oh god, I just want to stop saying that. So I want to have my on click here, guys, on the div, on the actual div here. Just I mean, you can just imagine how stupid errors can be sometimes in when we are developing, right? I mean, boom, here we go. I was like, I've done everything correctly, and why is it not changing? Here we go, guys. Boom, the routes are changing. Also, let me open my obviously my on click was not working, because obviously I had my on click on the hashtag icon, which means I had to click here instead of clicking here, right? Because this is the whole div, but I had the on click here on the wrong place, at the wrong place. So here we go, boom, guys. This is what I wanted to show you. So you see, guys, the state has changed right now, and the state is dynamically gonna change every time when I click these links. As soon as I click, I click on Papa Fam, it changed. Channel name is changed, channel ID is changed, and we're gonna also be able to see that action. What the action is, the function set channel info, remember? And the payload, guys. Remember I told you guys we send in something called the payload, right? And these two things are the payload, the channel ID and the channel name. So you can see the state changing, actually the state changing from this to this. Again, it's gonna be changing, it's gonna keep on changing, keep on changing, keep on changing if we click on different links. So this is really powerful. And if you guys can install this extension, I recommend you guys do, because it's gonna make your life a whole lot easier when you're building applications using Redux, because it's a really good extension. So make sure you use this extension as well. It's really nice, guys. So that was the error, and eventually I figured it out. It was in front of me and I couldn't actually see that. So yeah, I figured it out. So anyways, this is done. Now what we want to be able to do is, now we can change our routing dynamically. But now what I want to be able to basically do is I want to render my messages here, and I want to build my logout functionality as well. So first, let's actually render our message here. Let's create that component. Okay, and let me go to my home. Let me actually go to my home. Let me open my home.js, and here as well let me open home.js. Then now inside of my home.js, what I want to do basically, after this channel name, after this div here, right, and after this div, ending div here, these two divs here, I'm gonna create another div and another div inside of this. And let me see if it's actually saving here. Okay, that's working. So there's no errors, any sort of errors. So I'm gonna create two divs here, and what I'm gonna be doing here, guys, I'm gonna be having an image inside of this div, and this image, guys, is gonna be the image of the user. Okay, and it's gonna be the user's image, basically the user's photo URL, right? And what I'm doing is I'm creating the logout functionality first here, and also I want to be able to log out, right? So I'm gonna say first of all class name. So let's see if we can see anything. Boom, we can see the user's image. Let me make this smaller so you guys can see as well. I want to reduce my height to 10. I want to also make it border radius of full. So I want to make it as a circle. And what I want to do, what I want to do is I want to have an on click here, because we want to be able to log out, right? So we want to be able to log out. So on click is going to say on click is equal to, and the logout functionality is really simple, guys, but when we're actually using the authentication module from Firebase, is really simple. Trust me, guys. All you have to do is access the auth authentication, which we are importing it inside from our local Firebase, right? And all you have to do is you get all these functions, right? I'm just gonna use the sign out function, and that's it, guys. What it this function is, signs out the current user. That's it, guys. That's all you have to do to actually sign out the user, and everything's gonna work from then. Because why? Because we are saying that if there is no user, we want to redirect back to the home page, right? This is what we are saying here. We are saying if there's no user, I want to redirect back to my home page. So there is going to be no user when we sign out, because it's going to clear the state, right? It's going to clear the user is going to be null, and it's going to redirect back safely to the home page. So that is really clean. And after my image tag here, I want to have an h4, and inside of my h4 I'm gonna be having a span tag. Now this is gonna be an interesting one, because this is gonna be this thing here, which Discord has it. I hate these annoying scroll bars actually. This is gonna be like this. You see, this is gonna give so this is how Discord basically has it. There's an image, then there's the name, and then there's it is a dynamic hash. Yeah, I'm gonna be using a substring function here, and I'm gonna be getting the first four letters from the user's ID. Basically, that's what I'm gonna be doing here, which is really clear. And these three icons, beautiful icons here. So let's actually build them. So first thing, I'm gonna be having an h4. Inside my h4, I'm gonna be having a span, and for the h4, let's give it a class name. For the h4, I'm gonna be saying text white. I'm gonna saying text white, text extra small, and I'm also gonna be saying font of medium. Font of medium is basically 500 weight. So font of medium. Now here I'm gonna be saying user. I'm using optional chaining, by the way, because sometimes it can be undefined, so you always make sure to use optional chaining to avoid that sort of error. And boom, here's the name, user.display name. And I want to have a span. Now inside of my span, I want to have, first thing, I want to have a hash here, and then I want to have user dot uid. Now you get the user's uid when you're using when you're pulling the user from the user authentication hook, right? You get this uid, you get a bunch of stuff. Basically, you get the photo URL, you get the email, you get the email verified. There's a bunch of stuff which you get. The phone number as well, you can, if you want to have a phone number. But I'm gonna be getting the uid, and what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be using a function called substring, guys. Substring. And as soon as I do this, what this function is, basically this function it basically what it does, it returns the string, the current of string based on the numbers you set. So I want to cut it off after and remember, everything starts from 0 and it goes from 0 to 3, so which means it's gonna be 4, right? It doesn't include 4 here. Okay, it starts from 0 and it goes up to 4 minus 1, which is 3 basically, but it starts from 0, so it is 4 anyways, right? And that is what I want to do. And as soon as I save that, guys, see here, I get this hash and I get this 42KB, which is my ID basically. The first 4 letters of my ID, which is what I basically did. Now if I don't do this, guys, if I basically don't do this, you guys will see this huge string here. Now if I want to cut off the string, I use something called substring, which is really powerful JavaScript function basically. Now for my span, I'm going to give it a class name. I'm going to say text. Now I'm not using JIT here again, so it's a custom color, and I need to set this custom color B9BBE. So let's go back to our config. Let's see if I already have this color actually. So I don't actually have this color. sometimes I think if I use one color, so it's a different color. Now we can just say Discord. Now this is gonna be for the ID. The ID basically is gonna be for what actually? It's gonna be for the ID, right? It's gonna be for the user ID kind of thing. Discord user ID. User ID. So let's just say user ID, and B9BBE is the color basically. Discord user ID. And let me double check if yeah, this is the color. So I want to set this color to this thing here. Oh, oops. Let me go back here and let me say Discord, and let me also say user user ID here. User ID. Oh, by the way, I used two. I just want to use one here. Okay. I'm gonna keep it consistent here. Discord user ID. And the color, yeah, it actually changed. That's nice. The next thing I want to do for the span tag is I want to say block. Now what block is gonna do, because it's a span, right? So spans are always inline. Whenever you use a span, they're always inline. And what block is gonna do is gonna make it go on top on top of on. I mean, it's gonna sit on inside a block right now. So it's gonna be on the bottom now instead of like inline, which is really which is what we want, right? Which is what we want to do here. Now after doing that, what I want to basically do is I want to, after this h4, after this div here, I want to have another div inside of this, and now inside of this div I want to have an icon, and it's going to be a microphone icon. It's going to auto import it, and this icon is going to have a class name of h5 and an icon custom class name which we I think already know, which we're gonna create right now, because remember, I don't want to duplicate my styles over and over, so I'm just creating a class and for all my icons, because there are gonna be 3 icons here, remember. And now what I can do, I want to duplicate this div 2 more times like this. So I'm gonna have 3 icons. I'm just gonna change this icon to phone, and it's gonna be the phone icon. I'm just gonna auto import it, and by the way, it's auto importing. It's not auto importing for you guys, might have to write this out like this, but for me it's auto imported right now, so I don't have to do that. And the last one is gonna be the cog icon, and for some reason I cannot get there is no cog icon. I cannot get an auto import for, oh, I get it. Okay, so that's really great. So I have these 3 icons: the settings icon, the phone icon, and the microphone icon. Now first let's just provide some styling to the outer divs, to the containers. So for this container, I want to say text of gray 400. I also want to say flex, and I want to say item center. And as soon as I save that, boom guys, it immediately goes into flex, because there are 3 divs inside of this outer container div, and I'm saying item center, so it aligns the items vertically, and I'm also changing the color. Now for this div here, class name hover is gonna be bg. I think I've already defined this guy as 3A3C43. So let's see, 3A3C43. Yeah, it's actually there. So it's called channel hover bg. Channel hover bg. But I think I have to define again for the icon, because it's not gonna make sense if it's for the channel hover bg and I'm using it for the icon as well. By the way, this naming is really not useful. The reason is because if I want to use the same colors across different things, and naming like that, it's restricting me to use them across different and on different things, because I want to name it like with colors, which gonna make much more sense, like this, like green or colors, so I can use them across different things. Because if I'm using a channel hover bg on an icon, it's not gonna make sense, right? So yeah, make sure you don't name it like this. It's horrible naming from my side. So this is gonna be for the icon hover. Actually it's not icon hover, so it's just for the oh, it's actually for the hover. I'm sorry, my bad. So icon hover BG, it's icon hover BG, right? Icon hover BG. So I'm just gonna icon hover BG. I'm just gonna copy this color here, 383 C43 icon hover BG. What I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna say this car icon hover BG, and as soon as I hover over these icons, obviously since right now it's not there's no padding, so it's really small. But what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be saying padding of 2 and rounded MD. As soon as I save that, immediately becomes like this, which is really clean. Obviously now right now it's not looking that good because we don't have the outer containers. I think we don't have the outer containers. I didn't give any class names to them, so I'm gonna set them as well. But one thing I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna get this class name. Now what I could have done, I could have created another class name, and I could have said icon container, but since it's really less classes here, so I didn't actually bother doing that. But if you guys want to do that, what you can basically do is create a class called icon container, and you know, instead of duplicating these 3 here, so that'll be something better. And that's pretty much it, guys. Now the last thing I want to basically do is let's first actually do this. So let's first give the styling to these things, because these things are looking horrible right now. So for this container here, image container here, I'm gonna say flex. I'm gonna say item center. I'm also gonna say give me a space x between the children of 1, and save that. Boom. As soon as I save that, immediately it looks better. Immediately it looks better. Now for this outermost container here, I'm gonna give a class name. First is there's gonna be a background of 292b2f. So 292b2f, if I have this anywhere here, I actually don't, so it's another color. And bear with me, guys, these colors are, why I'm actually having all these colors is to make it identical, because if I use different, I could have used different gray colors as well, but that's, you know, these subtle things, they matter a lot, colors and stuff. So always make sure they're really you always make sure that they're really, you know, you really looked into them before creating any application, you know, because they matter hugely on your application. So this is gonna be for this thing here, this whole section kind of thing here. So what I can basically do is I can just go back here, and I can just say I could just name it like something like user is the user section, so user bg something, this called user section bg, something like this, because it's the user section, right? This is the user section here. You can name it whatever you want to, basically 292 b2f, basically this is the color 292 b2f. And I'm just gonna go back here, and I'm just gonna say discard user section bg, and boom. As soon as I say that, I know I could have used a gray color as well, but this is a subtly, you know, there's always going to be a difference when you use these colors, so make sure that they are precise. Make sure. I just like to be precise with my colors. And as soon as I say the padding, it already looks really better right now. And I want to say flex. I also want to say justify between, and I also want to say items center and space x of 8. This is what I want to do, and as soon as I do space x of 8, it immediately looks better, because there's some spacing from all of this this sidebar thing here, which is really clean right now. And look at this, guys, it's really nice, exactly identical, like just like how we actually built it. Now what I want to do, the last thing here, is I want to have this icon class, remember, a custom icon class as well, because these icons are cursor pointer, and there's a slight color change as well, right? So we want to be able to make sure to do that. I mean, it's looking better right now, but all these subtle things, they matter huge. So let me go to my index CSS, not JS, my index CSS, and I have dot icon, and let me open my index CSS on my other screen as well, so I can follow through that. And I want to apply. The first thing is going to be the height of 6, so height of 6, and then I want to say the text has a color of B9BBE. Now again, I think I actually use this B9BBE. I use this on the user ID thing. I'm just gonna change this to user text, maybe, I don't know, instead of user section text. Maybe that's gonna make more sense instead of creating another variable, user section text, something like this. I'm changing my user ID to user section text. Now if I go back here inside of my here where I have the user ID, I'm just gonna change this to discard user section text, right, instead of user ID. So instead of creating another variable, I'm just gonna say the same thing here, discard text, discard user section text. Or I can just name it user. You can name it whatever, honestly. I don't even care at this point, because I'm not gonna be using React in my other in my future builds. I'm gonna be just using Next.js and showing you guys some really powerful stuff after these things. So I'm gonna be saying not flex. Oh my god, what I'm doing here. I'm sorry. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say cursor pointer. I'm gonna say hover. So when I hover, I want to change my text color to slightly a different one, DC_DE. So if I've used this before, I don't think I've actually used this before, so I have to say it regardless of that. So I can say discard user section, or maybe icon hover. Let's just say icon hover. Discord icon hover. And I know my naming is really horrible, guys, but believe me, you can just literally name it by just because I don't want to waste too much time on my naming right now. I just want to focus on the build. You guys can carefully name these things, right? And you know, just carefully do this. So text is gonna be discard icon hover. I think just icon hover was the thing. I think it was just icon hover, and yeah, it was just icon hover. And this is looking really cool right now, right? This is looking really cool. There's a cursor pointer, and then there's and this is a subtle effect, but it changes the whole experience, you know, the whole user experience kind of thing. So it's really nice, guys. So that's really cool. Now, and I also want to check my test my logout. I didn't actually test my logout functionality. Remember, we added the logout functionality. So when I click here, it should log me out, and boom, here we go, guys. Here we go. We are actually logged out. Another good thing is we are not actually seeing open Discord, but we are seeing login here. So this is dynamic. And let's also test our routes if it's taking us, and it's not actually taking us to our routes, right? So the routes are also not working. Even if I go one level deeper, it's not working, which is really clean, and it's showing me the pop-up now because I'm logged out. And let's try to log into this account, and boom, guys, here we go. Boom. I think I was previously logged into the same account. Never mind. So this is really clean, and now if I try to refresh, it's gonna show me open Discord, which is really nice. So we are actually done with we have the logout functionality. Now all we want to do, the last the thing in this build, guys, we want to be able to see our messages, and allow the users to send messages, and that's the bigger portion of the build, right? And that's the last thing, and that's the kind of the thing which we're going to convert this to this basically, and we are officially going to be then complete with our build application. And I know I didn't realize I would have to do these color things, honestly, because all these colors, because I was using JIT pretty much for everything, and JIT, I don't know, and I could have reinitialized the project and did this thing again, but I honestly didn't want to do that, because the reason for that, because I wanted to show you guys from scratch that if you guys have this problem in real life, I don't want to you don't just want to stop and reinitialize everything. You can try different ways, or there are alternative ways to everything, so you can try using this way, and this way is really good as well. You just have to be able to have a good naming convention, and that's it. This is a really good way as well. But now let's just go to my home again. Let me open my home, and now what I'm going to be doing, guys, is after this thing here, after these things here, the icons here, these divs here, I'm going to be creating. So after this div ends, and there are 4 more divs after this, so 1 2 3 4 after this div here, okay, this whole kind of div here, this whole kind of div, okay. What I'm going to be doing here is I'm gonna be, remember, because this is a div, right? This is a div, this is a section, and there's gonna be a third section here. So this is a section, let me show you guys. So this is ending here, and then this is another section, and then this is our whole application, which is flex and height of screen. So I'm creating now my third div here, which is gonna take all this section basically. Now this div is gonna have a chat component, right, which obviously I haven't created yet, and I'm going to be creating that. But before creating that, let me give some class name to this div. Let me say the background. Now again, the background is going to be a custom color of 36393F. 36393F. So I'm just going to say Discord chat BG, chat BG, and I'm just going to say 36393F, and let me double check if it's the same color. Yeah, so that's correct. So there's a Discord chat background basically, Discord chat BG. Obviously let's create the chat component as well before, so we can actually see the color and the effect. So I'm going to create a chat component. I'm going to say RFCE, and I'm just going to say chat for now. And this is going to be the more sophisticated kind of component, because this is going to be the whole chat here, right? I'm also going to auto import and just save it right now. So it actually auto imported for me, and it's saying for me, saying that my chat is not defined, but I just have to refresh, I think, and everything should be working. And now you guys can see it's not taking the full space, right? And obviously it's not going to take, and I have to say flex grow for this to take effect. So flex grow is going to make it take the majority of the available space. So as soon as I say flex grow, boom, guys, you guys can see what flex grow is. I explained to you guys. It just says flex row 1, which says that all the majority of space you have available, I want you to take all that space. So it's gonna take the whole space right now. And we change the color, so the color changed as well. Now we can successfully go into our chat component and build it, right? And we are powering this with Redux, so we don't have to do any sort of prop drilling. We can use, I'm going to be using my selectors here to pull out my messages from my Firestore, and from the and do some really clean stuff here. So let me open my chat component, and let's grind this, guys. Let's create this. Let's finish this in style. So I'm gonna have a div here, and I'm gonna be having a header here. Now I don't know why I actually used header, but this is gonna be the chat header kind of thing. So it's gonna be the chat header on the top portion here. Let me make this bigger. This thing here is gonna be the chat header. By mistake I just closed that. My bad, guys. Let me open that again. Okay. So this is gonna be the chat header kind of thing. This thing here. and let's actually create that. Let me keep this bigger, so I think we're not gonna be able to see if I don't keep this. Let me keep this bigger. So for the header, I'm gonna have a div. Inside of this div, I'm gonna have an icon called an hashtag icon, and I'm gonna auto import it. I'm gonna have an h4. For my h4, I'm just gonna say channel name here, and obviously where this channel name is gonna come from, this channel name, because now we are powering this with Redux, so I'm gonna be using a selector now, guys. And actually I'm gonna be using a bunch of things here. So first thing I'm gonna get is the channel ID. Okay, the channel ID, and how you basically pull these things is by using something called a use selector. And a use selector is a really powerful hook you get from React Redux. Basically, you get this hook from React Redux, and inside of this hook what you have to send is that that selector kind of thing which we created. The selector which we created was the select channel name. And let me go back and actually show you guys as well what I mean by that. So I go back to my channel slice. You see I have these two selectors here, right? The one selector, this selector is called select channel ID, is going to select my channel ID, and this is going to be for the channel name. This is going to select my channel name and give me the current channel ID and the channel name basically. So what I'm doing is I'm using the selector, okay, and I want my channel ID. So I'm using my selector, I'm getting my channel ID, and I'm giving this doing this as an argument here to tell the selector that I want to obviously import this channel ID. And it's going to be the channel ID basically, guys. Channel ID. Now this is going to be for the channel name, so select channel name, and we imported both of these. So remember, we have to always import them. We imported them from channel slice, and I want to also get my user. Now to get the user, you have to use Auth state, right? The hook, the really powerful hook which we are using, the React Firebase hooks. And always you have to send in your authentication module, and it's auto importing everything for me. Then for now, let's just have these things, and let me save this again. And boom, guys, this is really huge, but it's actually rendering out, right? And there's gonna be a channel name as well, but since it's really huge right now, and we're not able to actually see that, so let's fix this. For the hashtag icon here, I'm just gonna say a class name. I'm just gonna say height of 6. I'm also gonna say the text of 72767D, 72767D, which is another color. I'm realizing that we are having so many colors right now, and so many colors are actually different, which is quite interesting. So I didn't realize this before. I thought many of my colors are actually same, but they're actually different. So this is gonna be for the chat header. Chat header. I'm just gonna say chat header here. I'm just gonna say 727 670 and chat header icon. Actually, let's just be precise with it. Chat header icon. And let me save this chat header icon. I know that my color names are actually really huge, but as soon as I save that, boom, guys, it is working. We cannot, for some reason, see our channel name. We should be seeing our channel name as well, but I cannot actually see my channel name. So let's try to give it a class name as well. Let's make it text white first of all. Text white and font of semi-bold, and let's save it. I still actually cannot see my channel names. Let me actually inspect and let me see if my channel name is actually. Oh, so I was not clicking here. That was the thing. Okay. So I need to be able to click. So if you guys notice something, when I'm right, like at this stage, right, I cannot click, I cannot message here, right? This is I had this disabled because I'm not right now in any sort of channel, right? And if you guys want to do something really cool, you guys can have an animation thing here and say that you guys have to click on the channel, and just dynamically do that as well. It's gonna be really cool. So what I did is I disabled this because right now I didn't select the channel, so it's telling me to select the channel. So as soon as I select, this channel name comes here, and now I can message inside of this channel. any of this random message, delete my messages as well, which is really clean. So which is what we want to do as well here, right? So obviously I select the channel. You see my channel names are changing dynamically, my routes are changing as well, and everything's kind of working. Now what I want to basically do is I want to style them. So first of all, my outermost container, I want to say flex. I want to say flex of column, and I also want to say height of screen. I want you to take the full height of the screen. And for my header now, I want to style it flex. I want to say items center. I also want to say justify between, space between, and space x of 5. And I also want to say border bottom, and I also want to say border gray of 800. Okay, border bottom is just the width of the border basically, and you can see a slight border here, right? And border bottom, if you hover over this, just the width, it's telling the border width. And if you want more than this, you can just say border bottom 2, which is 2 pixels for 8 pixels, and custom widths basically. Border gray, a padding of 4, right? And as soon as I do padding, it immediately spaces out, it looks cleaner. And a negative margin top, so I'm saying a negative margin top here. I'm saying a negative before this margin top. A negative margin top of 4 pixels, negative 4 pixels. Okay, so it comes into a center kind of thing. I think I did this because it was not into the center maybe. So as soon as I do that, I mean, it's a really slight subtle change, but it looks better right now, which is clean. Now for this div here, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to say flex item center space x of 1, and boom, as soon as I do that, this hashtag and this channel name comes into flex, and there's a space between them as well. Now it looks much more cleaner, guys. Now outside of this div, I want to have another div. Now this div is going to have 3 icons, right? The bell icon, the chat icon, and I'm auto importing everything, bell icon, the chat icon, and there's one more icon. This is going to be for the users icon, and these 3 icons are going to have the same. Now this is really cool, guys. So I remember I created this icon class, right? I can use that same icon class over here as well, and over my entire application basically, and I don't have to style them. So I can just say icon here, and boom, you guys can see I have my icon class applied, which is really clean. Now this thing here, I'm gonna have another div. Now this div is gonna have an input, right? Now this div is gonna have an input type of text and the placeholder of search. I'm gonna say search, right? And it's gonna have class names, right? And what this input is basically is this thing here. If you guys can see, it's this thing here, which is the search input. So we can basically search, and then there are 2 more icons here after this input. And let's just style this input basically. First, let me style this div here. I'm gonna say flex bg. There's a different color here again. Now this color is gonna be for the input container, and so I can just say discard. And let me see if I'm using this color as well, 2022225. I'm actually using this server's bg. I can actually, but again, it's not gonna make any sort of sense because of my naming convention. So let me do it again. Chat header, chat header input bg. I guess it's chat header input bg. Actually, it's not chat header input bg. Yeah, it is chat header input bg. My bad. Chat header input bg. So the color is gonna be 2022225 here. I'm just gonna save it. Discard chat header input bg. Just copy it and paste it here, and it should be applied. Okay. Anyways, after this, I'm gonna be doing is you cannot see this applied because I have to apply this to the input field as well, and I have to provide some padding to so you guys can see it. So I'm gonna say rounded MD as well, and boom, as soon as I do that, obviously it doesn't look good because the input has its own sort of background color, which we have to remove it. So I'm gonna say input background transparent, so it's gonna show this color. Now this is done for this input field. Now I want to do basically is I want to say background of transparent, transparent. Oh, cannot name it for some reason. And as soon as I do that, boom, I can see the background color, the background transparent. I don't want that annoying outline, so I'm just gonna say focus, focus outline of none. And I also want to say text of white. So when the user, this is gonna be for the user, when the user types, that text is gonna be white. So if I type, this text is white. And then I'm also gonna say padding left of 1. So I want some padding from the left hand side, and I want the placeholder color to be different. Now this is very interesting in Tailwind, guys. If you want to change the placeholder color, what you can basically do is you can just say placeholder and gives you all of these colors basically, and or you can get a custom color as well. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be having a custom color for the placeholder, and that color is gonna be 72767D. It's gonna be for this thing. So I can just say chat header instead of saying chat header icon actually, which is gonna make much more sense. Let's say chat header. So I can actually use this again. So I'm just gonna say Discord, chat, chat header. I think, yeah. And as soon as I do that, you see a subtle change, right, in the placeholder color, which is really clean and Tailwind. This is how you basically change the placeholder color. So I changed the placeholder color, and that's it pretty much. Yeah, that's all we have to do. Now what I basically have to do right now is I want to have another icon after this, after my input, and there's going to be a search icon. I'm going to get a search icon. I'm going to give it a class name. The class name for the search icon is going to be height of 4. There's going to be a different class name here, and there's going to be text. And let me actually check why I'm actually providing a different class name here, because let me open this back again and let me see if I think it should be the same class name. It should be the it's for the so it's not for these icons, it's for the search icon here. So obviously it's different, right? Which is it's actually inside of my input, basically inside of my input container. This is my input container. So height of 4, and the text of Discord chat header, a margin right of 1 as well. And boom, as soon as I save that guy, it looks really clean. It looks really clean. Now after the search icon, after this div, basically I'm gonna have 2 more icons, inbox icon, and I'm also gonna be having a question mark circle icon here. And both of these icons, I'm gonna select multiple cursors here, and I'm just gonna say class name of icon. And how you do this is basically you press here, and then you keep pressing Alt, and then you click here, so it selects multiple cursors. And here we go. These are our beautiful icons. Now obviously this container, we have to style it as well, icons container. So this thing here, we're gonna say flex. As soon as I do that, they immediately go in flex. I just want to say SpaceX of 3, so it gives some spacing here. So there's some breathing room as well. And I think the icons are filled icons. My bad, guys, I didn't actually check this out before. So all of these icons which I'm using are the filled icons, not the outline variant. So what I can basically do is I can go here and I can say solid, and boom, as soon as I saw that, every icon changes. This is really clean. So now it's actually looking pretty nice, and you just have to select these channels as well. Now we want to create this, right? So I think we are actually complete with the header. What I want to work on right now is I want to work on my main content. Now I have a main tag for this, and I think I use these semantic tags, and you should use them too, because it makes the code much more cleaner and much more readable. So you know your separations, right? You know this is gonna be the header on the top, and this is gonna be a main tag. The main tag is going to contain all of my content basically. So first of all, let me give it a class name for the main tag, and I want to say flex grow. I want this to grow as much as it can. I also want to give overflow y of scroll, and the reason for that, you know, I want to be able to make sure that there's no when I'm scrolling, there's no sort of overflow errors, right? So this needs to be clean as well. So that's the reason for overflow y scroll. And flex grow overflow y scroll. I also want to say scroll bar. Remember we installed the custom utility class called scroll bar hide. I'm gonna say scroll bar hide, so it's gonna hide the scroll bar for me as well. And that's pretty much it. Now guys, now I'm gonna be doing something really powerful, and what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is this thing here. You guys really need to understand. This is gonna be really powerful. What I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be using React Firebase hooks. I'm gonna be using my use collection hook to pull my messages from the Firestore DB, which is really clean, right? So remember, we have all of our messages. If I go here, we have all our we are gonna have all our messages. Obviously right now we don't have the messages, we just have the channels, but we're also gonna have our messages inside of our Cloud Firestore. So I'm gonna be first of all obviously sending the messages, then I'm gonna be pulling the messages, right? So obviously right now we are not sending any sort of messages, so first we want to be able to send the messages, right? So before actually doing that, let's create that functionality so we can actually send messages, right? So inside of our main tag here, actually outside the main tag, okay, I'm gonna be doing is outside the main tag here, I'm gonna be having a div, okay, and because we are gonna create this main tag later on, because the main tag is gonna be where we're gonna retrieve the messages, but first we need to be able to send the messages, then we would retrieve the messages. So we're gonna create the form section first, and let's just keep the main for now. Here I'm gonna have an icon, and it's gonna be plus circle icon, and I think it's gonna be the solid one as well, or actually let me check. I think it's the solid one. Yeah, this is the solid one. The plus circle icon, the class name of icon, and I also want to provide some margins to the right, and let me do like this so I can see. So I want to also provide some margins to the right hand side of 4. So it is gonna be on the right hand side obviously. Now for this container thing here, what I want to do is I want to have flex item center. I want to give padding of 2.5. Now this is again not a custom padding, this is a padding provided by Tailwind. It's 10 pixels. Padding of 2.5, a background of a custom 40444B, which is gonna be for the form, right? So I can say 40444B discard form, or you can just say chat input BG is gonna make sense, because it is the chat input, right? We're gonna be it's a chat section. It's for the input section basically. Discord chat input section, and the background. Let me check in. It's 40444 B. This is the background. So let me copy this real quick, and let me go back here and let me paste this here. So this is gonna be the color, and as soon as I save this, you can immediately see the change. And I also want to say margin left and right of 5, and left and right of 5 is basically 20 pixels. Margin bottom of 7. I also want rounded LG, rounded large, which is border radius of 8 pixels, all round border radius. So as soon as I say that, boom, it looks really clean right now, really clean. Now after this plus icon, I'm gonna have a form, okay, and I don't need the action. And for the form, I'm gonna have input type of text, and I'm gonna say disable is going to be true if there is no channel ID. Now this is really powerful, right? So remember when I was disabling here, when I actually refresh this, and I open here, I'm actually disabling this because I'm not selecting any channel. So as soon as I select a channel, then only is going to be enabled. So I want to make sure and protect it, so the user shouldn't be able to send a message in when there's no channel selected, right? So that's something we need to make sure. So I'm saying input is going to be disabled if there is no channel ID, and there's going to be a placeholder. Now placeholder is going to be an interesting one. So for the placeholder, I'm going to open my curly braces and I'm going to say channel ID. If there is a channel ID, I want to open my template strings. I want to say message hash here. I want to say message hash. I want to say channel name, because remember, we're going to be dynamic. We always want to be dynamic here. They're saying channel name. If that's not the case, right? If that's not the case, what I want to say is I want to say select a channel. That if that's not the case, it means there is no channel selected. So we want to say select a channel basically, and that's what we want to basically do. So right now, since there's a channel selected, we are seeing this. But as soon as I refresh right now and I open back here, boom, it's disabled, and obviously the styling is not what we want, but it's disabled. I cannot click here, and as soon as I click, boom, you guys can see this. This is really clean. So that's for the placeholder. And then finally the styling, background of transparent, focus, I don't want any annoying outline, so outline of none. I also want to say text, so text has a color of DC triple DE, DC triple DE, which I think I actually used this before as well, but again, because of my naming, I have to do it. So Discord form, Discord chat input text, text, let's just say text input text DC triple D, Discord chat input text. So Discord chat input text, and as soon as I save that, immediately it is actually changed. And what I want to do more is I also want to change the, so this is for the text, right? And I also want to give the width of full, so it takes the full width, the input. And I also want to say placeholder, placeholder color of 72767D. Let me see, 72767D. So chat header, and it is for the chat input as well. So 72767D. And this for the placeholder. So I can say, just say Discord chat input as well, and I could just say 72767D as well here. So Discord chat input and Discord chat input here. I hope you guys know what I'm doing here, right? So I'm setting my placeholder color. Oh my god, that's not what I wanted. I wanted chat input. That's it. Yeah, as soon as I save that, boom, immediately as soon as I save that, that's changed. And this color is a slight difference. Remember, this input text color, if I make it white, it's not gonna be like, you guys are gonna, let me show you the difference. This is gonna be the normal black, obviously it's not gonna be the white one. But if I do text of white, so there's a subtle difference. This color is actually, I got this from Discord, right? So obviously I got all the colors from Discord. So this is white, this is the normal white, but this is not what we want. This is not the look what we want, right? What we want instead is we want this thing here. We want Discord chat input text color. Now as soon as I save that, this is the color. This is a slight different color Discord has, which looks really clean. So I have these things. I also want to have text of small, text of SM, text of small. Obviously text is gonna be small now, and I think that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it for this. The last thing I want to have here is I'm gonna attach a reference here. Now obviously why I want to attach a reference is we're going to be able to now obviously it's not defined, right? So we want to be able to send the reference, right? We want to be able to track, we want to be able to send the message here, right? So we want to be able to keep a track of that, right? So you can use a state as well, but reference is much more performant and it's much more it's just a better way. But you can use if you want to use and I want to keep it null by default. If you want to use state, you can definitely do that as well, and let's just keep it empty. So use ref, and I'm gonna attach a reference here, and now what I want to be able to basically do is I want to always have a button right inside of my form, and that button right now is gonna be a hidden button, guys. So this button is gonna be a send button, but I don't want to show this button. Okay, I want to keep this button hidden. Now this button is going to be hidden and it's going to have a type of submit, and there's going to be an on click. I'm going to create a custom function. If you guys guessed, it's going to be called send message. Now I'm going to go on top here and I'm going to create this function called send message, and I think it's going to accept an event, because remember it's a button and it's a form, right? So it's always going to refresh, and we don't want any sort of refresh happening. So we're going to do some things with that. After this thing though, we have two more icons here, and these two icons are going to be gift icon, and I think I imported a wrong one again. So I think it's gonna be this thing, solid one, and there's another one which is gonna be called emoji happy icon, a solid variant as well. And obviously right now it doesn't look how we want it to look, so I'm just gonna say class name of icon, a margin right of 2 for the first one. Second, I'm just gonna say class name of icon. That's it. And that's pretty much it. Now obviously the styling for the form, and we don't have any sort of styling, so I'm just gonna say flex of grow, just flex of grow basically for the forms. I want my form to grow as well, so flex of grow. I also want to say now for my icons, we don't want them to be like this, right? We don't want, so the alignment is not what we want here. We want them all to be in the flex direction, so we have to fix this. And let me actually show you guys how to do that. So we have the button, right? We have this input, we have this div as well, and this div is having a form, input, and all this stuff. And also we're gonna have two more divs after the form, and these so that's the thing. What I did wrong here, guys, is I do not want to have this inside my form, but instead outside of my form. As soon as I save that, because I have this div, right, and this div is saying flex, right, flex item center. So I want to make sure that this is outside of my form, so it applies to that. And boom, guys, as soon as I increase the screen size, it's increasing the input as well, and this is what we want, right? This is how this card has it as well. Everything kind of increases, you know. You can type in the messages, and this is pretty cool. So this is really nice. Everything's kind of working, the paddings, the form, the input. It's looking really nice right now. Now I want to work on the next thing. I want to be able to send the message, right? Because that's what we ultimately want, right? So I'm gonna go here, and since it's a submit thing, so let me show you guys and what it actually does. So boom, if I do this, if I press enter, you see this is refresh. We don't want this refresh to happen, right? So to prevent these refreshes, we always want to accept an event, and we always want to say event.prevent default and save it. And now let me select the channel and let me send in something, and let me press enter here, and you guys can see there is no sort of refresh if I press enter. So this is what it prevents it from happening. Now what I want to do is I want to basically protect here. So what I want to say if input ref dot current. So when you're using refs, okay, and I attach the ref listener here, right, inside of my input here, I attach the ref. So how do I access that value? How do I access this thing here, right? Because I'm writing this out, and how do I basically access this here? So the way I access this is basically obviously by saying input ref dot current dot value, basically not value of, just the value. And what I'm gonna say, if the value is not null, then only I want to proceed here. This is what I'm protecting. So if user types nothing, and if I go back to my actual application here, so you guys can see, right, if I type nothing and if I press enter, the message is not rendering. So we want to always protect this. If the user types nothing, we don't want to be able to send the message. Only if I type something, it's going to be able to send the message. So let me delete this. Oh, my mistake, I just turned this. Okay. So that is what this thing here means. Input ref the current, if the value is null, if it's empty, if it's not empty, sorry, if it's not empty, not equals to null, then only we want to continue doing this. And then I'll import my DB first of all, go into a collection. So I want to go into my channels collection and go into the document of the channel ID. Remember, I want to go into, I have a channels already, right? So I want to go into that particular channel, whatever the channel we are in, right? We're going to go into that channel. Inside of that channel, I want to create a collection now, and a collection of messages. I want to create another collection, and I want to add to this collection basically what I want to add right now. So I want to be able to add a bunch of stuff. So first thing I'm going to be adding is the timestamp. Now what the timestamp is going to be Firebase. It's going to be Firebase.firestore, and the Firebase I need to import it. So Firebase, I'm going to be importing it from the global Firebase, not the local one. So import Firebase from Firebase. It's going to be Firebase.firestore the field value, and this is how you basically access the server's timestamp. And the server's timestamp is basically your timestamp, my timestamp, according to me, according to your local country. Basically it's your particular timestamp. I'm gonna be sending a message. Obviously the message is going to be the input ref. Remember I told you guys how do you access the value? You just say input ref.current.value. This is how you basically access what the users actually typed in, right? And the name of what? The name of the user, right? The name of the user is going to be user.displayName, right? Remember I was pulling the user in from the user state hook. This was the reason I was pulling it. And the photo URL, is going to be user.photo URL, like this, for URL. And email, it's always good to have email as well. User, I'm doing optional chaining here because it might be undefined, so it's always good to do optional chaining before this. And this is what I want to basically do. So when I click on, when I press enter here, okay, when I click the submit button, when I press enter, what I want to basically do is I want to first check that if the value is not empty. If it's not empty, I want to continue, and I want to go into my channels collection, which I've already created before. I want to go into that particular channel, and let me go to this here. I want to go into that particular channel. If I'm here, I want to go to this channel, and inside of this channel I want to create a collection of messages, and I want to add this message. Basically this is what I want to do, guys. This is what I basically want to do after going into this this collection here. And now after I'm done with this, what I want to do here is input ref the current the value is equal to empty. Okay, and I'm also gonna create a custom function here called scroll to bottom, and this is a custom function which I'm gonna be creating, guys. And what this is gonna do is, guys, this is gonna make this scroll to the bottom. So remember I showed you something really cool in starting when I actually send in a message. So let's say if I'm sending in a message right now, it auto scrolls me, you see, which is really good, right? Let's say you're at this point right now, you're reading some older messages and you typed in a message, it auto scrolls you. It auto scrolls you every time. You don't have to scroll it, so which is really clean, really clean. And this is gonna be done implemented using a custom function which I'm gonna be explaining you guys how to do that as well. And before that, I'm gonna empty my value as well. And why I'm emptying my value is because when I'm actually successfully send the message, I want this to be empty, right? I don't want this thing to stay here. I want this to become empty. So for the scroll to bottom, I'm gonna be creating this before my send message here, and I'm gonna be saying const scroll to bottom is gonna be a function. And what this is gonna do, guys, is gonna get the so there's gonna be a chat ref actually, and this is gonna be an interesting one, guys. So I'm gonna create another reference here, and this is gonna be the chat ref. Okay, this is gonna say chat reference. And what this reference is gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna attach this reference. Always remember, whenever you are using reference, you always wanna attach your reference inside of your code here. So then only it's gonna make sense, right? So if I'm creating a reference, I wanna attach this reference in my code as well, right? So what I'm gonna be doing, guys, is I'm gonna be attaching my reference. And remember, guys, this is what I implemented here is for sending the message. We're not retrieving. We're gonna retrieve the message using the use collection hook, which we're gonna be doing, which I commented before, and we're gonna be displaying inside of our main content tag here, right inside of this here. So, but for now, what I wanna basically do is I attach the ref here, right? And what I wanna basically do is inside of my main, right? Inside of my main here, inside of my main tag here, on the bottom, I want to have a self-closing div tag. I want to have a self-closing div tag. I want to make this reference. I want to attach my this reference here, chat ref. Okay, and I also want to give a class name of padding bottom of 16. Now, why I'm actually doing this? Padding bottom 16 means 64 pixels. So it has some padding from the bottom. And if you notice, when I actually send in a message, it has this padding bottom, right? It has a padding bottom, and this is really important, right? You always have to say that, and you can change the value depending, but for me, padding bottom 16 worked the best, so I did padding bottom 16. I'm sending too many messages. Let me delete a bunch of them. Delete all my messages. Actually, it's really clean. So and this is self-closing div. Okay, this is not, we don't want to style this div. This is just the self-closing. This is just the div to show that there is a div actually. Okay, and I'm attaching my reference there. Now what I can basically do here, guys, what I can basically do is I can go here, scroll to bottom, and what I can basically do is I can use my reference now, chat ref. Okay, I can use my reference. I can say chat ref to current, and there's a function called scroll into view. Scroll into view in JavaScript. This function, what it basically does is actually scrolls and it gives this padding, basically whatever the styling you actually give it, and scrolls the user to the bottom, since the padding is on the bottom, right? So it's gonna scroll to the bottom most div, and the div, I located this div at the bottom here, right? If you guys notice there, I know the code is really jumbled up together. Let me make some spacing so you guys can actually see what's going on. So this is the main middle section. This is gonna be the form section, and this is the top header section. Obviously, we want to create the main section. This is just the div is gonna be on the last, and all of the messages are gonna be here. The messages are gonna be on top here. The messages are gonna come here, but this is just to show that there's a div on the bottom. And what this is gonna do is gonna scroll into view here, and now here I want to do two things. Behavior, remember there's a really smooth behavior when I actually send a message. There's a really smooth, so if I go on top here to send in a message, there's a smooth behavior. It doesn't just flicker down, okay? It doesn't just flicker. When I send in a message, it smoothly scrolls, right? Which is really clean, and which is what I want, right? So I want to do behavior, and the spelling needs to be correct. So behavior is like this, behavior, and behavior is gonna be smooth. And there's another thing which I another argument, and the another argument I want to do is I want to say block, I want to say start, block of start. Now if you want to read more about this function actually, so I don't want to waste so much time into this, but if you want to read more, you can just type into this, go into view, and you can go to web docs here, and you can just pretty much read everything about this function. And it's really simple. You can see behavior, there's auto and smooth, and then there's a block, start, center, and nearest, and the default is start basically. So I don't have to say this, but I just wanted to show you guys so you guys can change these values here. And this is what basically it pretty much does, and you can pretty much see everything on MDN docs here. And this is our custom function which is done here. So I'm gonna do two things here. After sending a message, I'm gonna make this obviously the value empty, the state empty, and I'm also gonna scroll to bottom, right? These two things I'm gonna be doing. Now obviously we want to be able to display these messages, right? So now let's actually see if our messages are actually sending, because we implemented this correctly, right? The send message. Now let's see, let's go into our Firebase, and I already actually sent so many messages. Oh, I was doing it inside of here, so I didn't do it inside of here. So let's send some message. Let's send some messages. Let's write something. Let's go let's go like this, and obviously we're not seeing right now, but boom, this thing changed, right? This thing became empty, so I don't see my message anymore. So that means it is working, right? Because if this was not working, it shouldn't have proceeded to this step here. So that means it should be working. And let me go to my channels. Now I was inside of my pop-up fam channel, so I was inside, and boom guys, you can see there's immediately, as soon as I click into this ID, there's another collection. So that these two are the collection. There's another collection of messages, and inside of these messages there's a unique message, and here's my message guys, boom. And I get my timestamp as well, which is really clean. I get my timestamp, and I get my photo URL, the user's folder URL, and the user's name, the user's email, and the message. And let's try to do more. Let's try different channel. Let's try Next.js maybe, and let's try Next.js. Is Next.js is super cool. Cannot type for some reason. Let's type random stuff, I don't know, and let's just see. And let's just go back now into channels, and this is gonna be the Next.js. This is gonna be the Next.js. And here we go guys, we have messages here, and we should have 3 messages. Yeah, here we go, we have 3 messages here with different timestamps and different information, which is really clean. So now this is real time guys. Now obviously what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to delete these messages, and first of all I want to be able to show them inside of our main, so we can actually see them here, right? Now how I'm gonna actually access these messages, right? So now they are inside my Cloudflare store, I know, but how am I gonna actually access them? So I'm gonna be accessing them using this use collection hook right now. Okay, and I also imported this from Firestore. And what I want to do, so remember guys, I told you when I'm using this use collection hook, I always want to tell where to look into, which collection to look into, because obviously we want to retrieve our messages from a collection, but we want to make sure to say which collection is it from, right? So what I'm doing here is I'm saying channel ID, so make sure my channel ID is active. Okay, I always want to make sure that I'm inside of my channel. I don't want to display my message when I refresh here. So when I refresh here, I don't want to display any of my messages here. Only when I'm inside of my channel ID I want to display my messages, right? This is something we have to make sure. So db, now db the collection of channels, and inside of my collection of channels I'm gonna go into the document ID, the specific document, the specific channel, and inside of that I want to go into the collection of messages. Okay, now I want to retrieve these messages, and I want to order by timestamp. Okay, now I can basically pretty much finish here. This is gonna retrieve all of my messages. Okay, I don't have to go further ahead, but obviously I want to retrieve my messages in a specific order. So I'm just gonna say order by timestamp. And timestamp is something which you're actually sending, right? So timestamp is we are actually I'm gonna say ASC, which stands for ascending. So I'm gonna order by ascending timestamp. Okay, and what ascending is gonna do is basically show most of the recent messages before on the bottom here. So if I send this message, it's gonna show on the bottom. This is the most recent message, and this is how it should be, right? So this is what ascending is gonna do. So it's gonna order by timestamp. Basically, it's gonna show the older messages on the older messages first before the latest messages. That's what it's gonna do. And this is gonna retrieve our messages, guys, from this particular collection. Now what I basically did here, if you guys didn't understand, I went into the collection of my channels, and let me open my Firestore. I went into this collection. Okay, I went into this specific particular document, whatever the channel ID is. So these are all the channel IDs. So let's say I went into this Next.js channel ID document. Now inside of this, I went into this collection, messages collection. Okay, messages collection. Now I just retrieved my messages, all of these documents, and I retrieved them in ascending order, basically. And that's pretty much it. We retrieve the message. Now all we have to basically do is we have to go here and we have to render these messages. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be saying messages. And it can be undefined, so always make sure to do option chaining. Now as soon as I say dot, I get these functions. I'm going to access the docs, right? And I'm going to say map. Okay, now messages is a collection. Now again, messages is a collection. Messages has all these documents, so I want to access all these documents, right? I want to access all these documents. I'm saying .docs, and now after accessing all these documents, I want to map through them. I want to map through every single one of them, and I want to basically so I want to do something really interesting here. And something really interesting is basically what I'm doing here is I'm gonna destructure everything here. I'm gonna destructure my message. Remember, all of these things are gonna be inside of your doc.data, right? So I'm actually destructuring them right now. Instead of so this is just a little bit much more cleaner. If you guys don't want to do this, you guys can simply render out the component and just do it like this. So I'm saying doc is equal to doc.data, right? And what I'm gonna do after this is I'm just gonna say return, and return is gonna be for the message, and message is gonna be a component. Now why I'm saying return, guys, is basically I'm using a curly brace here. I'm not using a bracket. So if I'm using a bracket, that's an implicit return, so I don't have to say return. But since I'm using this, I have to say return. I have to type return here, right? And what I'm doing here, guys, is if I don't do this, you can just say doc.data.message, doc.data.timestamp, doc.data. Because all of these variables are inside of doc.data, so I'm actually destructuring them smartly, so I don't have to keep on typing doc.data. All of these fields here. And now inside of this, remember, since there are going to be several of these messages, so there's you always want to send a doc.id. Okay, and a doc.id, as I'm going to be sending as a prop as well, the message which I just destructured right now, the message, and the timestamp is going to be the timestamp. The name is going to be the name. Also the email is going to be the email, and the last thing is going to be the photo URL, and this is going to be the photo URL. And let's just save this. Now obviously we don't have any message component, so it's erroring out on us, so let's just create a message.js, and this is our last component, guys. This is our last component, and let's just say message for now here, and let's auto import this. So let me press Control space auto import, and let me save this. Here we go, guys. Now it's showing us 3 messages, right? And obviously it's not showing us the exact message because we want to change this message component, right? But it's showing 3. Why showing 3 is because obviously we have 3 messages inside of our Firestore right now, inside of the Next.js, right? And inside of Pop-Up I just have 1, so it's showing me 1 right now, which is really clean. So I have a key. I'm sending all these props here. Now obviously when I'm sending all these props, I always wanna destructure them, and I have this thing as well, which is gonna be really interesting too. Now let me go into my message component, guys. Let me open my message component, and first thing I'm gonna be destructuring these props. So I'm gonna say ID, I'm gonna say message, I'm gonna say timestamp, I'm gonna say name, I'm gonna say email, I'm gonna also say photo, URL. So I'm destructure these variables here, and now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make this message component, this here is a message component, all of this thing here. And after I'm done with this, obviously then we'll be able to see our messages in real time like this. It's gonna be really cool. So first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have an image. For the image, I'm gonna have the photo URL, right? And this image is gonna be the user image, right? The user image basically. And I'm gonna have a class name here. For the class name, I'm gonna say a height of 10. And let me actually save this. So here we go. This is the user image. This is the user image here. Height of 10. And I'm gonna say rounded or full. So I want it to be a circle. And I want it to be cursor pointer. I also want it to be margin right of 3, and I want it to be hover. When I hover over the image, there's a shadow of 2x, and it's a slight shadow on the image. The very slight subtle one. I mean, you cannot even probably see it, but I mean, if I zoom in, I think you might be able to see it a little bit. It's a very subtle shadow, like it's a really subtle shadow, but that's it. So there's an image. That's our image. And after this image, you're gonna have a div, and actually yeah, after this image you're gonna have a div, and I'm gonna have an h4 here, and inside of the h4 I'm gonna have a bunch of stuff now. So I'm gonna have 2 span tags inside of my h4 here, 2 of span tags, and what they're gonna be is they're gonna be these 2 things here, this and this here, basically. Now first let me style the outermost container here, and let me say this is gonna be flex, and items center align is gonna align items centrally. I want to give some padding, so some breathing room, some padding left of 5, which is gonna be 20 pixels from the left hand side, and margin top bottom of 5. I also want to do margin right of 2. I also want to say when I hover, I want to change the background. I want to change the background to 32353B, which is a custom color we're gonna have here. So I'm gonna say Discord message BG, which is gonna be 323 53B basically. And let me copy this as well, and let me go here and let me paste this in here. Now as soon as I hover over this, you can see there's a slight background change, guys, here, which is really nice. And then I'm gonna be saying what I'm gonna be doing after this is I'm gonna say group as well. And what group, if I explained you guys this thing before, I'm gonna explain you again. What group is gonna do is I'm gonna be having a hover effect inside of this children, inside of any of these children here, right? So I'm doing group because when I hover over the entire group, it's gonna be a group hover. I only want to change the specific child, not the whole group. So that's why I'm saying group here, and I'm gonna group everything like this. And now I have the image, I have styled the image, I have this div. Now this div is gonna have a class name of flex, and it's gonna also have a flex of call. And now h4 is gonna have a class name of flex, and item center space x of 2 is also gonna have a font of medium, not mono, font of medium, and inside of our first span tag I'm gonna be having the user's name, right, which I just got it. So this is gonna be the user's name, you guys can see. So this name, this span tag, I'm gonna have hover here. I'm gonna have hover. When I hover over this name, I want underline. That's the first thing. I also want text to be white. I want text to be SM. I also want cursor to be pointer, and boom, as soon as I save this, you see there's there's an underline, and this is exactly like Discord, guys. If you look at the original Discord build, this is how they have it there, the message component. So we have these things. Now for our second span tag, I'm gonna be having, inside of our second span tag, I'm gonna be having the timestamp basically, right? I'm going to be using something called moment. So let's actually install that. And what moment is, basically it's a time management, you can say npm install moment or yarn add moment. It's a time management library basically. I don't want to get too much into it, but I'll just briefly show you guys moment js. So it will just configure the time for you. So this is the moment thing here. You see you get different formats here. There's a time formatting basically. So I'm going to use a particular format here from this thing here, so I can display the time like this, as you guys can see here, which Discord has it basically. It tells you time like this. So obviously I don't want to I want to show it my time like this cleanly, you know. So I'm just using my the library, and you can pretty much see the documents here, and you can change the formats and everything if you want to. So that's pretty much it. I'm using moment, and what I'm going to be doing here is I'm going to say, so first of all, obviously I need to import moment from moment, which is going to be from here, import moment from moment, and I'm going to say moment. And what I'm going to do here, guys, is I'm going to send in my timestamp. Okay, and I'm going to say timestamp to date. Okay, I'm gonna say timestamp to date. Okay, and what this is gonna do, guys, is when we get the timestamp from Firebase, it's not into a format, it's not into the exact format where it is actually sent in here. So it's not into this format here. If you guys can see this format, right, this thing here, my bad, let me just close this. I don't know what's happening right now. I don't know why can't I actually see the part here. Okay, so if you guys see this timestamp, right, it's not in this format here, right? So we have to try to change it into this format, and the way we do it is we just say to date, and then we just say get time. Okay, what I'm gonna do is get time, and this is gonna get the time value in milliseconds, as it's saying. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna format the entire thing now, is I'm gonna format the entire thing because I'm using moment, right? I'm gonna format into this format, triple N. And if you go into moment, and you guys can pretty much see here, there's gonna be format like this. Yeah, it's actually this format. You guys can see moment.format, and I'm formatting into this, and you can pretty much use different formats here. You can use different values here, and you can try to change them if you want to. And boom, guys, as soon you guys can see the timestamp, right? Here we go. You guys can see the timestamp, which is really clean. So if I go into this one here, I think it's gonna be a different one because this is gonna be a little earlier, right? But now obviously styling is not looking good, so we need to style this thing as well. So I'm gonna say class name, and what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna say text and 72767B. So I think I already did this 727. Yeah. So it's actually chat input, but this is gonna be for the chat message as well. It's gonna be this is gonna be for Discord chat message, and this should be chat message BG, by the way. But anyways, you guys can name it. Yeah, I mean, you guys can take your time when naming these things, because remember I told you guys this is really not a good naming convention from my side. I'm just doing it because I just want to go through this. You know, I don't want to get too much into this, so I'm just gonna say Discord message, and it's just the timestamp. I'm just gonna say message generally, and 72767D. Discord message. I'm just saying message, and let me just paste this here, and boom, the color changed. And the next thing, I want to say text of extra small. I'm going to say XS, and obviously it's not aligned properly right now. It's not aligned how I actually wanted to align, but that's fine. we're gonna figure this out. So the next thing I'm gonna be having after this h4 is gonna be having a p tag. Now the p tag, guys, is gonna have the message, right? The p tag is gonna have the message. It's gonna contain the actual message, right? So here we go. The message comes through, and class name for the message is gonna be text of sm, and text color is gonna be DC triple DE. So this is so let me just actually name this to timestamp, maybe a timestamp. Actually, let me name this to timestamp because this is gonna make more sense. It's called message timestamp, and this is going to be for the message, the actual message, and this is gonna be DEC triple DE. Discord message. Now Discord message, just a message basically, and here we go, the color change for the message. And what else I want to do here, guys, is so that's pretty much it. I want to change the font size, and I want to change the color of the message, and now you guys can see it's actually working, right? So if I try to type something in, boom, you guys can see. So let me actually spam and let me show you, scroll to bottom thing if it's, let's check if that is working. And here we go, guys, it's working really clean. You guys can see, here we go, it's working, and there's no weird stuff. Now if I actually didn't do this, so let me show you guys when I actually didn't had this here, what's gonna happen. So if I go here, right, if I do this, boom, this is not really not what we want, right? And obviously it's not gonna work because this scroll into view, right, and this function is not gonna work because we are attaching a ref here, and what I'm saying is cannot read scroll into view property of none, because remember we attached the ref, and this ref should be attached into your code. So if it's not there, it's not going to work, right? So you guys basically got me, right, what I'm trying to say. So it's really not gonna look good if we do it without this. So this actually changes the whole experience, you know, it scrolls you down to the bottom to the latent message, and this is something really cool. And we didn't even use any sort of transition or animation for this, which is really clean. We just did it from a random JavaScript function, right? So that's really cool. This is working. Now what we want to implement is the delete functionality as well, right? We want to be able to delete the message, right? And we want to be able to actually do that. And there's no scroll bar, so remember, use that utility class for scroll bar height, so there's no annoying scroll bar on the sides, and the scroll even the scrolling thing is working fine, which is really clean. Now let me see, let us actually complete this thing, the message component. Let us see if it's actually done, the message thing. So what's happening is what's happening here is here inside of this div here, I have this message, and after this div here, basically after this this div which ends here, what I'm gonna do here, guys, is I'm gonna say here, I'm gonna add a delete functionality here. So I'm gonna say user, okay, dot email, users.email is equal. Now what I'm actually doing here, guys, so this is something really important that you have to keep in mind, right? So I only want to be able to delete my own messages. Like I don't want to be able to delete like here I'm logged in as this account, right? So I only want to be able to delete these messages. I don't want to be able to delete someone else's. Look, I cannot delete his messages. This is some other person. I only want to be able to delete my own messages. Now how can I basically achieve this is by saying if the user.email is equal to the current email, right? Now what the user.email is gonna check the actual logged in user's email to this email which I'm actually sending into the message component, right? If those two are equal, then only I'm gonna render a div. Now this div, guys, this div is gonna have inside of this div is gonna have, you're gonna have a trash icon, And I don't know what this trash icon is gonna be, because it's saying user is not defined. Obviously it's not gonna be defined, so we need to pull the user, right? We need to be able to const the user, and from the authentication state hook, and auto import these two things here. We're gonna be able to actually do this as well, right? So now here we're gonna have a trash icon, right? Now we are only gonna render the trash icon if this is working. Now for the trash icon, let me give the class name and height of 5. So boom, as soon as I do that, we can see the trash icon immediately, guys. Immediately we can actually see the trash icon. And I don't know if it's a filled one. Let me check if the icon is actually, it's a solid one again. So it's a solid, yeah, it's a solid one, so which is nice. So we have the trash icon, and since all of these are my own messages, I can see the trash icon everywhere. But as soon as I log in from any other account, I'm not gonna be able to see them. Actually, let's just try it right now. So let me try to log in from any other account, and let us see if we are seeing the trash icon. So to prove to you guys basically, so let me log in with this account, and boom, you guys can see I don't see the trash icon, right? But if I message right now, and here we go, we can see the trash icon here. Obviously the alignment is not what we want, but I can see the trash icon, but I cannot see the trash icon here. So this is something which we want to control this. And now I also want to say hidden by default only. Now only when there's a group hover, I want to make it inline, right? Now what I'm actually doing is, when only I'm hovering over the entire group, I want to make it inline. When I'm hovering over the entire group, I want to make it inline. Now obviously it's not working right now because the styling is not correctly done, so we have to change the styling. So first thing what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna target this div, here. I'm gonna give a class name of hover. When I hover over this, I'm gonna change the background to a red kind of background. So I'm gonna say discard trash delete message bg, or delete icon background, delete icon bg. It's gonna make more sense. So now this is gonna be ed4245, ed4245. Again, I took this all of these colors are from Discord originally. So delete delete icon bg. This is kind of a reddish color, and I want some padding. I want margin left to be auto. Obviously I want the trash icon to be on the basically on the left hand side. And let me actually remove the hidden for now so we can actually see it actually, right? And obviously you guys can see, a margin left auto, what it basically does, it basically moves it to the right hand side. So because you want it to be as far away from the content, so if I don't do that, you can see it is clipped to this, but as soon as I do that, it is margin left auto. And I also want to say rounded SM. So when I hover over this, I want a slight border radius, a very slight border radius. I also want to do text, so I want to change the actual delete icons color. It's gonna be ed4245, which is gonna be ed4245, which is actually this color here. So I'm just gonna say delete icon, and I'm just gonna remove this bg here, and I'm just gonna say so text is also gonna be discard delete icon. Okay, and I go bottom. You guys can see now, obviously I want to change the color on the hover, right? So that's what I wanna change it. So on a hover, I want the text to be white. So when I hover over this, boom, you guys can see. And also I want the cursor to be pointer, right? Boom, guys, you guys can see, right? Now I only want to display this on the group hover basically. So that's what I want to basically do. So the way we're gonna be doing that is You have this div, and now obviously we want to be able to delete the message as well when we click on it, right? And the way we're gonna be doing that is on this div again. Now make sure you do it on the div, not like me before when I did it on the icon itself. Make sure it's on the container div. Now on click, what I'm gonna be doing here, I'm gonna saying on click on the div. I wanna go into the collection, and it's really simple, guys. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go into the collection of channels. Okay, I'm gonna go into the collection of channels, and I'm gonna go into the document, the channel ID. Now obviously we need the channel ID. We don't have the channel ID, so we wanna be able to have the channel ID, and we're gonna use our selector from React Redux to get the channel ID. I'm gonna say use selector. I cannot type for some reason today. Use a selector. I'm gonna say select my channel ID, and I also want to import this as well. Okay, and this is gonna be cons. So I'm gonna select the channel ID. I'm gonna get the channel ID, and what I'm gonna be doing here is I'm gonna say go into that channel ID, and then what I want to basically do here is go into the collection of messages, right? Go into the collection of messages. Now the doc, okay, now doc ID. Now what this ID is gonna be, guys, this ID is going to be the it's this ID is gonna be this ID here, this message ID here, right? Because each message has a specific document ID, right? So if you look here, right, all of these messages they all have document IDs. So I want to select that particular message, right? So what I'm gonna do here, and DB is not defined, so I want to import my DB as well. So DB, I want to go into that specific ID, and then I just simply have to say dot. So if I say dot, you guys can see there are functions, right? There's going to be update, there's going to be add, there's going to be different functions. There's going to be update, set, path, different functions. Now what I want to do is I want to use delete, and that's it. It deletes the document. Refer to this by document reference. It deletes this specific document, right? And that's it, guys. That's it. Boom. That's gonna delete it, and it's gonna not only delete it from here. Obviously, it's gonna delete from here, and it's also gonna delete from the Firestore as well, which is really clean. Now, if I go here and if I try to sorry, so if I try to let's actually open this one here, but this is from any other account. Let me message something here, and let me actually go here. Okay, and let me go into my messages here. So now if I send this message, right, I send this message here on top. Now let's see if this actually gets deleted. So if I press delete here, boom, it's gone from here, right, and it's also gone from here. Boom, we don't see that document anymore. So that's how this works, guys. And this is real time, right? This is real time. It didn't even took any delay. It just deleted real time from here as well, which is a really clean in my opinion. So we deleted this, and then what I'm gonna be doing is I have this, I have group powers. Now we obviously don't want to show the delete, so now obviously this delete button doesn't look good. Like you don't want the user to navigate to your application. Like I come to the application, I click here. You don't wanna show this. You don't wanna show. And imagine if you have so many messages, you don't wanna show this delete icon, right? It doesn't look good. So you only wanna show when you hover over your message, right? You only wanna show it then. So now to make sure it works, what we have to actually do is you have to say hidden here, right? I have to say hidden only when we hover over the group, right? And what the group is, basically the group is this thing here, which I actually did here, the group thing. You guys remember, I did group somewhere here. Yeah, so I added group here, right? So this is the whole kind of the message, the whole message container kind of thing. When I hover over it, and then I'm gonna be able to show my delete icon, but for some reason it's actually not working. We cannot see our delete icon right now, which means we might have done something wrong here. So let me actually quickly debug this and check what have I actually done wrong here. So I have a group here on the top, so, and I have a group hover, which means when I hover over the group, I want it to be inline, but by default I want it to be hidden, which should be working in my opinion. I don't know why it's not actually working right now. Let me see if let me do flex maybe. I don't know. Let me try flex maybe. So it's still not working, as you guys can see, right? So it's actually still not working, and it should be inline actually. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here, because uh, this should actually be working, right? This should actually be working, because I'm checking my code right now and everything is done correctly, and this is actually inside of my group too. So I'm having a group here, which means you guys can see, right? This is group, right? It has some bunch of rules, and I'm using group hover as well. So group hover here, which is correct, I think. Which is yeah, I think it's correct, but I don't know why it's actually not working right now. So hey guys, I got a fix for this, and the fix for this is actually I got it as opacity. So like I just had to use opacity. I tried with visibility, and when you say like visibility none and then you say visibility visible, I tried with that one as well, but it didn't seem to work, and it also didn't seem to work with the hidden thing. I don't know why. Maybe they changed some of the rules. Because there's actually a newer version of Tailwind, so I don't know. Maybe just change something. But opacity one is actually working really clean. So what I'm doing is I'm making the opacity 0. So if I make it 100 right now, you're gonna see the delete icon. If I make this bigger, you can see the delete icon. So if I try to make it 0, what's gonna happen is it's gonna disappear, as you guys can see. Now only is gonna appear when I hover over this, as you guys can see. As soon as I hover over this, you guys can see it appears again, and this is working as well. And now if I click here, boom, my message is actually deleted, and I can message again, I can delete again. So the opacity is actually working. So I just did opacity 0, and group hover means when I hover over the entire message container, it's gonna show me my message sort of thing, which is really nice. So now I have this, and yeah, finally our build is actually complete. And the last thing right now I want to show you guys. I just want to deploy this so you guys can basically go ahead and deploy. And I'm gonna trust me guys, the way I'm gonna show you how to deploy is gonna be really easier. And in my future builds I'm gonna be using Next.js a lot. Next.js with Tailwind, and trust me, it's gonna be really come in handy, this deployment thing. So what I'm gonna do guys is, first thing I'm gonna open my GitHub, right? I'm gonna log in. So I want you guys to log in into your GitHub account. Okay, for some reason my old GitHub account is I forgot the recovery code for it, and right now I mean I cannot log in to the my old GitHub account, so I created a new GitHub account. I'm gonna link my repo and everything in repository, everything in the description. So what I want you guys to basically do is create a new repository, okay, and name this whatever you want to. I'm gonna name it Discord. Discord 2. It's Discord 2, I guess. Discord 2 YT. Since it's for YouTube, so I'm just gonna Discord 2 YT, and I'm just gonna keep it public, okay. And what I'm actually gonna do is, that's it. So I want you guys to get on this page, okay, and then I want you guys to copy this command here, okay. Just copy this exact command here and go to your terminal. And obviously if you're logged into your GitHub, right, what you can actually do is paste this in here, okay. Paste this exact command and press enter, okay. And I'm actually logged into my GitHub. You might not be logged in, so you might have to log in or something, or you might have to initialize a repository. You might have to say git init before this if this command doesn't work. So that's what I want you to do. So after doing this, what I want you to do is say git add dot, okay, git add dot. And what add dot is going to do is going to add all the files inside of your application, inside of the staging area. So add all the files, okay, and then do git status, Git status is gonna give you the status of those files, and I'm gonna see all these files gonna turn green. It's gonna add all these files, and then what you can do is you can commit, git commit, and all these steps which I'm doing, they're pretty much here, guys. They're pretty much here. They tell you what to do. You have to first of all add all the files. You can commit. You can then basically push your code to this repository here. So I'm gonna commit. I'm just gonna say initial commit. Okay, I always do this whenever it's my first commit. So I always do this git initial commit, and then it committed all these files. You see, committed all these files. Now what I want to do is I want to push. So I'm just gonna git push. Okay, and after I do git push, I just want to copy this command and Control C, Control V here. Okay, and this is gonna push my code to this repository here, to this particular repository here. And now I can basically refresh. As soon as I click on refresh, boom, you see all of my code is actually here. Now we're going to be using Vercel, guys, to actually deploy our hosting, right? We're going to be using Vercel. Vercel is really clean and it integrates really well with Next.js. And I'm going to be showing you guys how. Obviously this is not Next.js, but and this is gonna work really clean for this build as well. So you can see your files. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to Vercel. Okay, and what you have to do on Vercel is you have to log in with the same GitHub account. Okay, I'm actually logged in with my same GitHub account as on my GitHub. So log in with your same account and click on new project. Now as soon as you click on new project, you'll see your repositories here. Now what you want to basically do is you want to import this repository, the repository which I just created. Okay, and you want to select your account. I'm going to select my personal account, and what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to click on the plan. I don't really like this light mode. Is there any way to change this to dark? But that's fine. So what I'm going to do is you don't want to mess up with anything here. Okay, you don't want to mess up with anything. You just want to click on deploy. Okay, and it's gonna start your deployment. Okay, it's gonna build everything for you, and you don't even have to run yarn build or any sort of those things. Okay, everything's gonna be done by Vercel. It's gonna build everything for you. It's gonna optimize the files, and it's gonna deploy the hosting for you. And it works really clean. And what's really nice about this is the next time you push your code to GitHub, it's gonna trigger a deployment. Okay, and then you can go back and forth between deployments, and it's gonna trigger a remote deployment whenever you push your code to GitHub basically, and it integrates really well with GitHub. And why I'm actually doing this, guys, is you might see one sort of error, which I want to actually explain you guys and how to actually fix that. Sometimes you can face that error, and I actually faced that error once. So let's just see if it actually comes up. I think so it's gonna come up later on in the deployment. So till then, let me go back to the application and let's see if there are any sort of bugs or anything. I want you guys to check as well, and obviously I'm gonna link my original repository, and if I missed anything, let's see. We can create some channels. We can create channels. You can go back and forth here. You can message, and you can see my delete button here. I can go into this channel and just message something here. So everything's working really clean, guys. Even the logout functionality is working. Also, let me open. I cannot send in any sort of message. I need to select a channel. So yeah, everything's kind of working really nicely, guys. Everything's integrated. The only thing I actually couldn't do here is I couldn't change the border radiuses here. But I don't know. I think that's because maybe because it actually worked. The same things actually worked when I did it in my previous build, but I think Tailwind changed some of the stuff, and I couldn't unfortunately find the fix for this. So if you guys can, just let me know, and just help others out as well. If you guys find a fix for this, let's actually go here, and then you see deployment failed. Yeah, this is the thing I was talking about. So deployment failed. It's saying treating warning as errors because process.env.ci is true. So now what? There's a quick fix for this. Okay, there's a quick fix. The fix for this, you're gonna go to environment variables. Okay, and what you wanna basically do is you're gonna say ci, capital Ci, and you wanna make it false here. Okay, you wanna make it false. And that's all you have to do. CI, make it false, okay, value, and then try to deploy this again, and then it's actually gonna work because it's saying process.env.ci is actually true. And what process.env means is actually an environment variable basically. And what and to basically do this beforehand, you can try to what you can do in here, you can create a variable, environment variable, and you can just basically do it like but you always have to do it here as well, so it doesn't even matter. So you can just try to do it here inside, and it only happens for React for some reason. It doesn't happen for Next.js. For Next.js, when you click on deploy, it actually deploys it, but with React there is this issue which happens always, that you get this error. And I just wanted to show you guys this, so whenever you're deploying to version, you can try to do this and it's gonna fix it for you guys, and everything's gonna work cleanly. Then you just have to change the value to false, and that's pretty much it. And now it's successfully gonna deploy, hopefully. Let's see. So you're gonna get your own URL. You can change the domains and stuff and anything if you want to. And that's it, guys. It was a long build, a really fairly huge build, I think, and it's responsive up to a certain extent as well, because you cannot like change the whole layout, and this is how Discord actually made it responsive too. So you know, this is how even Discord has it like this. So I hope you guys had fun with this build, and it was really fun for me too. And I came back after a very long time, and it was a nice felt really good to come back. You know, I'm gonna be doing some really more production level builds. I'm gonna be using Next.js, using some server-side rendering, and Tailwind, guys, is absolutely life-changing. It's amazing. Tailwind, how it integrates with everything. And even if you look at their websites, you're gonna see some really cool stuff. Like you can see some really cool stuff on their website here. You can see all of these things. They're the examples they're giving. They're in forms of components. So this is a component which they have shown the code for here. Like even if you want to use this component in your own application, you can just copy the code from here. So and everything, and headless UI, if you guys know, it integrates so well with Tailwind. And it is just really nice, Tailwind, guys. Really nice. Let's see. Here we go. So here we go. Right? So when it successfully deploys, you're gonna see this screen, and you can basically visit here. You can see it gives you your own versal.app domain name. You can change it inside of here. You can open dashboard if you wanna add some custom domains or something. You can just try to change it. But you're gonna get your own deployments, and here it is, the dark mode. Okay, I don't like the light modes. So here's the build, and obviously let's just log in. Now this is gonna obviously happen because what it's saying is it's not authorized to run this operation. So this domain is actually not authorized. So what you can basically do is you can copy this, and it's not authorized by Firebase, right? So what you can basically do is you can actually go into authentication, and you can go into sign in method, and you can go here, and you see this section called authorized domains. You can actually add a domain here and add this thing here, and you can basically add this. Now this is added here. Now this is allowing this domain to actually you know, allow the authorization for this domain name. And now hopefully it should be, yeah, as soon as I refresh, it's actually working now. Now let me log into a really different account, and here we go. So I logged into this account, and here we go, guys. This is live right now, and even if you guys want to check, you can just go and check this thing. And here we go, scrolling thing. It's working really clean. I can see the delete. I can actually delete it, and yeah, it's working really nice. I can create more channels, so you can have fun, play with it. And these icons, I think these icons, yeah, they seem different. So these icons are the outline ones, guys. I by mistake I imported the outline ones. So what you can do is you can just try to change it to solid ones, and then what you can do, if you have already deployed it with me, you can just go here after changing that. And this is, you can try to do this after changing anything. You can go here, and what you can do is you can say git status, and you're gonna see a red file. Then you can do git add dot, and then you're gonna do git status, and you're gonna see the green file. and then you just have to do git push. That's it, and it's gonna push your code to GitHub here. And since this is already a very huge build right now, it's getting more and more longer, and I don't want to delay it more. I just want to end it. So I'm not showing you guys, but this is really fairly easy. It's gonna trigger a redeployment here, and even if I refresh this right now, you're gonna see your domain here. It integrates with Vercel, and it actually triggers the deployment here. It's gonna trigger another deployment, and then you can basically go and visit Vercel, and it's gonna change. And that's it, guys. So let's end the stream here, and I hope you guys actually enjoyed this. And pretty cool. More cool stuff is coming soon. I've decided something to do with SpaceX API as well. So yeah, some really cool stuff is coming. Stay tuned, and thanks a lot, guys. Thank you so much for watching the videos, and I'll see you guys in the next one.